tonight. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a kerfuffle, I guess. We're waiting on SiriusMined, but joining me right now is the Texas Tank, Aron Ra and DarkMatter2525.
Hello, hello.
Hello. So this is the first time I think I've had you guys on my show in over a decade. That's how long it's been, I think. Um, Back when I used to do the blog TV and stuff with DPR Jones. I think that might have been the last time I had either one of you.
Wow. So a few things have happened since then.
Yeah, you're making me feel old.
Well, yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, a few things have happened. Nothing real major though.
Yeah.
Fall of
And,
democracy.
oh yeah, well, okay, there's that. What the hell was that noise? I'm sorry. Really weird noise here. I don't know what the hell it was. Anyway, if an axe murderer comes in, it's all on video. Um, so yeah, there's the fall of democracy. Just today, actually, there was the arrest of the mayor of Newark. Newark is the largest city in the state of New Jersey, so it's kind of a big deal.
I didn't hear about that. What happened?
Oh, you did not hear about that. So they had reopened up a ICE detainment center in Newark. And supposedly it being open is violating some city law for the city of Newark. And some Congress people went, three of them, congressmen went to perform some oversight of the site, and accompanying them was the mayor.
Mm.
After going in and talking to some people and being invited in for a tour, they went back out into the parking lot area and then out of the gate. And when they turned around, about 20 ICE agents came out and arrested them. They let the Congress people go and they detained the mayor for hours.
What was their reasoning, though?
Trespassing.
Doesn't that require a warning first before you?
Yeah, well, the official story is they were warned three times. The issue with that is they were invited for a tour. I mean, you can't
Oh,
tell somebody to leave because it's private property and then invite them in for a tour. You kind of lose your your case is kind of lost right there.
it seems like he's trying to turn the ICE agents into like the new Gestapo or something.
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Exactly the
Yeah.
words I was thinking. So it's a scary time, I guess. So especially if you're not a white Christian male.
Hmm. Yeah, and even if you just speak up, like just speaking out against this stuff can make you feel kind of nervous because it's like they're pushing toward this precedent of deporting anybody. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. It's like what like I was born and raised in the United States. Like where would they send me? I guess they would send me to El Salvador, where I don't even speak the language.
Yeah, they're sending people to El Salvador that have no connection to the country. They're supposedly going to be sending some people, or already have sent people to Libya, um, which is
Yeah.
bizarre. Um,
A no government war zone.
yeah, I it's frightening. Yeah, it's really frightening. I mean, they've deported American citizen children. Uh, there's been at least three. So
Yeah, one with cancer, right?
one with cancer. Actually, I think two of them might have had cancer, but
Wasn't
it
the
was
wasn't the
yeah,
kid with cancer? Wasn't he an American citizen?
yeah, they're
Yeah,
American citizens. Yeah, three of them.
yeah.
The argument is their parents aren't citizens, so therefore they can't stay here if their parents are getting kicked out, so they have to go too. Um, which is nonsense considering the whole point of these deportations were under the guise of these are the worst of the worst criminals.
Yeah. You can't believe anything they say.
No, not anymore.
No.
Yeah.
They would call me a criminal. I have no criminal record whatsoever, but they would find a way to do it.
Find a way to do it. Somebody had made the point. It's like if somebody stopped you on the street and said, "Prove you're a citizen right now," how many of us could actually do that? Like, what is it that you carry on you that could prove right then and there that you're a citizen?
Well, my ID is real.
Oh, you've got one of the. See, mine is fake still. An imaginary app.
Hmm.
So
Yes.
people say it's cheap to keep using Nazi references. That it
Well,
trivializes how horrible actual Nazis were.
One of these guys that he was quoted on in Facebook and such as saying that that he wants to bring back Indian hate, that he was a racist before it was cool,
Yeah.
that he just wants eugenics. Is that so bad?
That was the Elon Musk's guy, right? For
Yes.
their Doge
Yeah.
team.
That's right. It was one of the Doge.
And now I had heard, and I don't know this to be true, so I'm checking with you guys. I had heard that Elon himself had direct connection to some Nazi group.
I haven't heard about it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
No, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised by that either.
Yeah,
and Doge,
South African of something like that.
Probably. I'm like sick of the news talking about Doge like it's an actual government agency when it has no legal standing at all. Everything that they've done has been illegal.
I saw a senator, I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head, did a 30-minute presentation on the first 100 days and how everything Trump did was illegal and to financially benefit Trump at everyone else's expense.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. And I knew as soon as the Supreme Court gave him immunity that we were in trouble.
How the fuck could the Supreme Court have made, I mean, is there any way they don't realize how phenomenally bad that decision is before they made it?
I mean, hey, I didn't go to law school, but it seemed pretty obvious to me that as soon as that came out, it was like, wow, they just ruled away their own relevance.
Exactly, because now when they order the president to do something, he can just ignore them.
Yeah. And he can just say it's in the course of his duties.
They must have believed that he wouldn't go that far. Maybe they trusted him. I mean, they're setting a precedent for future presidents anyway, but it's like it doesn't make sense to me.
The concern is, would there or would there not be future presidents?
Well, there has to be. I mean, he's pretty old, but it's like, I don't know.
No, there's a name for that though. Like for Trump, it wouldn't be a new president. It would be a monarch, no?
Yeah, I mean, he jokes about it, but we know that what our jokes today are serious proposals tomorrow.
Yes, and therein lies the danger. Dog, you're driving me crazy. What is up with you? Stop.
So I don't know a whole lot of your backstory, Dark Matter. I don't even know you. I don't even know your name beyond your channel name, to be honest.
Oh, it's John.
Tell me about yourself.
Basically, just I grew up in Chicago and joined the military right out of high school and became a paratrooper and infantryman.
Wow, you look a bit big to be a paratrooper.
Well, back then I was, a pretty typical, 18-year-old.
Okay,
Not too big. I bulked up in later in life, but um yeah, and then oh geez, what did I do after that? Um, I got into uh real estate, and I moved down to Florida, and I've been married for geez, almost 30 years now.
You're in Florida?
Yeah.
Why did I always think you were in Japan?
Really? Oh, that must be Non-Stamp Collector was in Japan, and he
Oh,
does animations too. Um,
by the way, yours is unique. I mean, I've never seen stuff like what you do produced by anybody else. Why is that?
um, I guess because of the effort involved, there's not a lot of people motivated enough to put that much effort into it. For the longest time, I was doing these animations where it would take like a month, and that's how much I could upload was like one animation a month. Because it's just me doing the whole thing. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of work.
Years ago, John, you had made a video for me for, I think it was when I hit 1,000 subs. Um, and I was talking to a friend at work today about it, and I was searching for it. I can't find it. I lost the video.
Ah, I don't remember what it was. It must have
And
been a long time.
it was God and Jeffrey, and Jeffrey was like, "Hey God, do you remember how you said that you had a foolproof way to make sure the world would never end?" And God was like, "Yeah, when Dev Shell 2 hits 1,000 subs." And Jeffrey was like, "What?"
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. I'll have to search for it. I know I got it. I save everything I do, so I must have it on my computer somewhere.
You
Yeah, but I came to Florida before it was a political like when I came down here, it was like the early 2000s, and it wasn't like hardcore red state, it was just, whatever, it was that whole Bush uh Gore scandal where, the state was pretty divided, and so that wasn't even on my radar. Now we're looking to get out of here though, because I'm sick of this place.
Where are you going?
really a
Uh,
red state? Or is
what?
it just the way that it's cut up? Is it really a red state, or is it that just the way they cut it up?
Oh, that's a good point. But I mean, I'm in a red area right now, and but I mean, it's more than that though. It's just, it's too hot, and it's only going to get worse. So we're looking to,
Until it becomes too wet.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, we're not sure where we're going to go somewhere cooler eventually.
My wife desperately wants to move out of Texas, but she told me that she can't argue with the fact that my daughter lives 20 minutes away. My granddaughter lives 20 minutes away. My mom is in a nursing home 10 minutes away, and my son is 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's rough.
she says she can't compete with that, but she would love to get out of Texas. She wants to go to someplace like Virginia.
Yeah, that's Virginia's nice. But yeah, Texas would be too hot too.
Yeah, normally, but I ride a motorcycle. I've got a Jeep that I'd have the roof and the doors off half of the year, and then I've got a house full of snakes. So
Mhm.
the warm weather suits me.
How bad is it going to get? How soon can we expect unbearable heat?
It's
It-
not as bad
Hotter.
here as some places I've lived. I used to live in Phoenix,
Hmm.
and so I have seen 50 degrees Celsius.
Hmm.
We don't get that in Dallas. It's never been that bad. And it's actually not as bad now as it was, say, 15, 20 years ago. Somehow Texas used to be hotter than it currently is. I'm not sure why that's working out like that, but I mean, when British Columbia and Vancouver sees a record heat wave, we've got nice weather.
Yeah, it's weird. Like,
It's hotter and hotter every year.
yeah. Yeah, here in Florida, it's been getting hotter.
I mean, Miami has sunny day flooding, right?
I'm sorry?
They have sunny day flooding. It floods when it's not raining.
In Texas?
No, Miami.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised at that. I mean, I knew that New Orleans was in trouble because of the way they do the mausoleums, that the water table in the ground already decades ago was so high. I mean, well, decades, centuries ago, they already knew that the water table was so high that that there were places where it was better to put bodies in mausoleums than bury them 6 feet under. And then I remember seeing a report, my son and I, when he was a little kid, we were watching some kind of report that was talking about how, the next big Category 5 hurricane that directly hits New Orleans would put it underwater. And then we saw Katrina coming, and I watched it with my son, and they said it's a Category 5 hurricane. It's headed straight for New Orleans. And my son said, they're going to go underwater. And of course, the breach in Lake Pontchartrain, and indeed they did. I didn't hear you, Raven.
Are you having problems?
Yeah, it seems. I think. Do you have a setting where it eliminates the background noise?
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I have another mic. I'm just going to swap over.
I got another question for you, John. Did you say your name is John?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got another question for you. Your voice is one of those rare, distinct voices. Only one person in the world has that voice. And I'm wondering about your accent. That's not a Chicago accent, is it?
Well, that's where I lived since I was born till I was, besides the army, until I was 23. After I got out of the army, I went back to Chicago. So I guess it's a Midwest accent.
Okay.
It's one of those things where I don't think of myself as having an accent, so I don't know how I sound to other people.
None of us do.
I don't know if it's the accent necessarily, but I mean your voice is distinct. I mean, unmistakably yours.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, generally. All right, so I told Raven that we were never going to have a moment where we are just going where we were. There was a lull in conversation, and I thought that if you have DarkMatter2525 in here, I don't see that happening. You are quite outspoken. I mean, I think you have a whole lot more subscribers than I do, don't you? How many subscribers do you have?
I honestly haven't checked in a while. It's like 800 and something.
I think you're up to 900,000 now.
Yeah. So you're 3 times as many as me.
It's not deserved. That's typical internet shit where the person who doesn't deserve a lot of subs has them, and the person who deserves them doesn't have as many as they should.
No, don't sell yourself short, sir. I mean, I've seen the quality of your work. That's indisputable.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, but I mean,
Agreed.
It's not just that you go through all of the effort of making the animations. It's the points that you're making in those narratives are usually original and always sound.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's
There's
getting
a lot of your videos that are more narrative too. I mean, you kind of you get to a point by going all the way around, and you tell this whole long story to get to where you're going. And it's just like, oh shit, I see what he did there.
Yeah.
It-
I
it-
used to, that's something that I've always done out of habit, even just in conversation when like I had a really strict dad. Well, I don't know if he's strict, but he had a short temper. And I talked to him like that sometimes, where I would tell him about something that happened, and I'd start a whole narrative going where it's like, I want to build up to this point over here and that point over there.
right.
And he would stop me. And he's like, just get to the fucking point already. It's like,
Yeah, my relationship with my dad was a little bit strained too. The difference between us was that him and the entire rest of my family would only talk about hunting, fishing, and football. And that's it, and that's all. And there was no discussion of anything else. And so I couldn't pretend to have any interest in any of those three things. And I remember one night when I had a occasion to talk to my dad at a really good moment, and I explained to him my passion for paleontology and zoology and the things that were being discovered and found and how I was going to be a part of it and all that. And he says, "Well, that leaves me just one question, son. How do you stay awake?" I'm telling him how science fascinates me. And that's his response.
yeah.
He was a pretty quiet guy. He was very religious, but not to the point where he would push it on anyone. Um, in his later years, we did debate a little bit about religion, and he would always end it by saying, "It doesn't matter whether or not you believe, God believes in you, and I will see you in the afterlife." And it was always like, okay, that's fine. He never went to church. He didn't believe that that church was a place. It's not a place. Church is a thing you do. It's not a place you go. And yeah, he other than that, he was a pretty quiet guy. Um, the only times he really did any real talking was when he was dispensing some well-earned wisdom that he had picked up in life. So
Well, at least he wasn't a fire and brimstone
yeah,
type.
yeah,
You're gonna
he was a
be,
good man. He was a good man. He took care of his family and he worked hard. And
yeah. If you're gonna be religious, I can't stand the hell,
yeah,
the people that believe in hell,
Mm.
and it's just
his
such
brand
a
his brand of Christianity is probably the most palatable for me anyway. It was very personal. Um, he didn't do preaching. He didn't believe in doing that kind of stuff. And like I said, he didn't go to church because church isn't a place. It's a thing that you do.
yeah.
It's not a noun. It's a verb. So
hmm
Yeah, my dad's religious his religious convictions, his entire theology could be summed up in one word. I just believe in the man upstairs. Never discussed ever philosophy or religion, never cracked open a Bible, doesn't care what it says, doesn't know what a creed is. But some of my family would say that they were in that mode. Never open a Bible, never read a word of it, never study a damn thing, never go to church.
my dad
But they're better than
recite
me.
chapter and
We're
verse.
Christian.
Hang on, let's see what's happening with Joe.
Why do you think you turned out so much different than the rest of your family, Aaron?
I have questioned that for a long time because if you ever saw me and my brothers together, there is no doubt that we are definitely related.
Mm-hmm.
They look an awful lot like me. I mean, undeniably. But I
Yeah.
don't feel a psychological connection to anyone in my family. I feel like, compared to the rest of my family, I feel like Sheldon Cooper.
That's
but only in that kind of comparison.
yeah. See, like my brother and I are polar opposites. We grew up together, same, father, same mother, same background. Growing up in Chicago together. But he's super religious, and I'm obviously the way I am. How does that happen? I don't even get it. It's like,
Well, look at Christopher Hitchens and his brother.
yeah.
I have to wonder about if you're imagine you're the evangelical Christian brother of Christopher Hitchens. Are you the one that didn't develop? I would hate to be somebody's brother like that and just by comparison be so much lesser.
Yeah, and Peter Hitchens, his politics is pretty awful too. Pretty polar opposite from Hitchens, I think.
I don't know a lot about Hitchens' politics. I was told that that I probably would disagree with a lot of it. I don't agree with anybody about everything.
Right.
I don't think that's going to happen ever.
Politically was all over the map. I mean, if I remember correctly, he was kind of all over the map. He had some pretty progressive and liberal ideas, but he also had some pretty, right-wing conservative warmongery type ideas too.
and
think-
strangely sexist at the same time as feminist and progressive. Confused me.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that his the part of his Venn that crossed with the conservatives would be because of his dislike of Islam.
Yes,
And
I believe so
that's
too.
probably where they found an alliance.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think people though, are politically like that though, just kind of all over the map.
Mhm.
I mean, I think, we've met a lot of people here on YouTube over the years and, a lot of, crossed a lot of paths with people that I'm like, oh, wow, I'm pretty aligned with this person, only to find out that they were a sexist or anti-feminist or, just a douchebag.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, no, wow, you're not who I thought.
Some of it also depends on willingness to learn, because I mean,
Mhm.
there's been times in the past where I've said ignorant things that I didn't know were ignorant until somebody told me, and then the ball's in my court, and I have to be able to say, you know what, they're right. There's some people that double down and they get offended and they're like, how dare you, and then they go in the other direction and they refuse to be corrected. And
One of the interesting things about this medium, about the platform, is that we've actually got to witness some of that, John.
mhm,
We can see the growth in other people through this platform if they're willing to grow.
yeah.
I can remember when I was young and dumb enough to think it was clever to say, well, why isn't there white entertainment television? We call it wet.
Well, they're having I think it's in Oklahoma. They're having an awesome straight Pride Day or something.
Oh God. Yeah.
I'm
Like the
it
little
just
kid
it
that
sounds boring.
yeah.
They're gonna be like, it's a Wednesday.
Yeah, it's like the jealous little kid, that wants to do everything that his older brother does.
Yeah, I know. People look at that kind of stuff like Pride, and they're just like, "Oh, why do you get a special thing?" And it's just like it's a commemoration of an actual event, though. I mean, this isn't like this. Oh, there was an event that made this happen. There's history behind it. There's a reason for it. It isn't just hey, let's go out into the middle of the street and strip. Although having been to some Pride parades, and haven't been in some pride parades. There are plenty of people that take part that is their mentality. Hey, let's go out and strip in the street.
Mhm.
But the reason for the parade or for the celebration itself is based in actual events. So, and that's why we don't have straight pride.
I remember my family were just very closed-minded, very conservative, watching Lawrence Welk and that
Oh,
sort of thing. So, I mean, everything was so prudish growing up that I just needed to rebel against everything conservative. It just irritated the fuck out of me. And when I discovered Ozzy Osbourne, that was like such a relief. You know, when you grew up with Dean Martin and what the Rat Pack, you know, and Lawrence Welk.
yeah.
Ugh.
My dad listened to country music. So it was Hank Williams Sr. And my mom was, so she's a massive Elvis fan. So,
Yeah, Lawrence
so,
Welk.
so well, yeah, when you know, I was coming of age in the 80s, it was like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Motley Crue, you know, yeah, and it drove them crazy. And the more it drove them crazy, the more I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can certainly see that. It so irritated me when I was watching TV shows like Leave It to Beaver, how everything was so disturbingly nice, and in a kind of
Brady Bunch.
perfection. Nobody can achieve this.
Yeah.
So Married with Children was so much more. It was something I could really relate to. The Married with Children show.
There's a goal I can obtain.
You know
Exactly.
what? You know what kind of surprises me as I get older. So I'm 48, and I remember growing up in the 80s and 90s, and what surprises me nowadays is when I hear other people my age or older talking about how perfect things were back then and how there wasn't any racism or sexism or anything back then. It's like, you idiots. Why do you're either lying or you're totally deluded.
I heard the N word every day growing up, even when we lived in all white areas where there were no. I mean, there were Mexicans because there was always construction crews and handymen and that sort of thing. But most of the places my families lived, that'd be it. They were Hispanic laborers, and then they were white people, and that was all. And so I thought, how am I hearing the N word multiple times a day, every day, and we only ever see these people on TV? Why is my family so obsessed with this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre, and it's like, when those riots happened in 2020, and there was people saying that, you know, there were never any kind of r- riots with any sort of racial tensions like that. And back in the 90s, it's like, yeah, there was a huge one in Los Angeles.
That
And
was that was earth shattering.
Yeah.
What was that? Rodney King riots? That was a
Yeah.
big damn deal.
Yeah, it
How do you
was.
forget that?
The city of Philadelphia bombed a block, an
Oh,
entire
yeah.
city, in
That was crazy.
mid 80s.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, I think for a lot, because I was born in 71, so in the mid 80s, I was still in my mid teens. Um, and I can honestly say I don't remember anything like that from that time. I know it happened now because I can read because I can
Yeah.
read. There's lots of accounts of stuff, but like as far as like experiencing or noticing it, I didn't notice it at the time because I was too wrapped up with being a teenager. I mean,
Yeah.
there was booze to drink, there was pot to smoke, I didn't have time for that stuff. So no,
Maybe
I don't
that's the
remember.
case. Maybe that's the case with these people that claim that racism didn't exist. Maybe they just weren't paying attention.
Most likely. I mean, I live in an area that still today is fairly white. We used to call it the Great White North because I live in the town that I grew up in. Um, I'm not still here. I came back, and when I was in school, I actually work at the high school that I graduated from. Um, but when I was in school there was like two black kids, and they were brothers, and they were adopted. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, I mean that was
But were
it.
they
That was it, and there
adopted
was
by
some
a rich
Mexican.
white millionaire?
What was that?
Were they adopted by a rich white millionaire?
No. No.
Arnold
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Willis.
And Willis. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a black goldfish named Abraham. Um, but
We were
yeah,
talking
there
about
were some
we were talking
Mexicans
about
because it's a
sitcoms.
farm town.
We were talking
So
about sitcoms being unrealistic. I think it's kind of funny. It was really sad, not funny at all. But when you look at that show, the three kids of that family, one of them he died. He died of a drug overdose, I think it was. The older brother, and then
no,
Arnold, of course.
I think Willis is still alive, I think.
Are you sure?
I
I thought
think.
it
I know
wasn't.
Arnold died and Dana Plato, she
Yeah,
died.
he became a security guard
Yeah.
toward the end of his life after his unsuccessful run against Arnold Schwarzenegger for governor of California.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that was interesting. You probably at any other time, if you'd run, you'd have had a better shot. But no, you're going against Arnold.
Todd
Yeah.
Bridges, who played Willis, is still alive. He's 59 years old.
Okay, I could have
Yeah,
sworn
so
there was a
he
tragic.
had a lot of drug problems, so he
Okay,
had a lot of legal problems too.
yeah. The
Um,
most interesting one was that the blonde, their sister.
yeah,
She ended up trying to armed robbery of a video store. I think it was.
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and she died of an overdose. Dana
Oh, it's
Plato.
she's the one that died of overdose.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
What's funny about that is, well, not funny at all if she died, but I'm talking about the robbery thing is a lot of people won't even know what the hell a video store is. We're like, what the heck are you talking about? You just go online and watch videos.
Any young people watching? Once upon a time, there were these machines called VCRs. It was a video cassette recorder, and you
What's
had to
funny
get
is
VHS tapes.
sometimes in when I'm asleep and I'm dreaming. Oh, shut up, dogs! It's like back in time. It's like I'm dreaming about being in high school or whatever again, and
Yeah.
it's exactly what it always was, except for some reason everybody's got cell phones. And I wake up and have to remind myself we didn't have cell phones
No.
at all that whole time. But it's hard for me to imagine living without them now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I remember
So
being super frustrated when I need someone to be somewhere at a particular time, or to pick me up, or to meet me here or whatever, and I don't know where the fuck they are, and there's no way to call them. Daily maddening like that. And then because if I'm on the phone talking to a girl or whatever, then I find out my parents have been trying to call me, and I'm wasting, because we didn't have the two-way, where
Right.
one call can break into the other one. If I'm talking to a girl, I'm just wasting the phone, and nobody can get through.
Yeah.
waiting. Yeah.
Oh, and then long distance charges.
Yep. Remember that too. You only had to make phone calls at night after a certain hour. You got the better rate.
My cell phone was finding the nearest payphone and making a collect call. Calling my dad and be like, try to, you know how it went. You'd have to say your name and then you'd hear the operator. You couldn't talk, but you accept charges from John, and then you'd hear him say, yeah, put them through.
Will you accept charges from, I'm at the 7-Eleven?
Yeah, that was the other trick.
So like the whole high school thing, like I said, I work in the high school that I went to, and every now and then it's like a time trip, it smells the same, it looks the same, there's kids in the halls and the bell rang and it's like this really weird thing. It's like, wow, I'm back in high school. And then I see all the girls kissing. And it's like, nope, nope, I'm not back in that. This is a whole different thing.
Hmm.
All of the girls in our high school are lesbians, all of them. There's going to be a lot of frustrated boys after prom.
Well, so nothing changed, huh? After all this time, still the same.
Yeah, the building is very similar. I mean, they've put additions onto it. It's a bigger
Yeah.
school now with about half. The school's about double the size it was when I was there, and it's got half the student body. The town shrunk.
Huh.
So
Yeah,
That's
the
weird.
school I went to, I think was built the year I was born, and they needed to build other high schools around it because it was so incredibly crowded when I went through that in between classes you are bunched up against other bodies.
yeah, that's
And
what it was like in my school.
And yeah, so if you drop one of your notebooks or your papers fall out or what, you can't pick them up.
It's done.
'Cause-
That's done. Yeah,
What's
don't
what's
even
weird?
bother.
What's weird is, oh gosh, the last time I visited where I grew up in Chicago, I think it was like maybe about 10 years ago, and everything was different. Like my childhood home was torn down and replaced, and all the places I used to work were torn down and replaced, and it was like my whole childhood was gone. No, I can't go back to it. I can't revisit. Everything's different.
Yeah, no, this town, not much in this town has changed since I was a kid. It's always been kind of stuck in a time warp.
My town doesn't look recognizable from when I
Wow.
was in high school. It's so very different. Not only is it like 9 times larger than it was, and the edge of town is now 20 miles inside of town, but the places I used to go, the places I used to know, are unrecognizable.
Yeah.
Wow. I know some of the places we used to go as kids now have houses on them. There are like communities where it used to be woods or it used to be, farms. Um, that's I'm that person that'll drive through town going, I remember when that was a field. I remember when that. See the type of notice that used to be a field. But
Yeah.
other than that, I mean, like the character of the town hasn't changed. The population, I think, overall population is probably close to the same. The student body in the schools, though, is a lot smaller. A lot of kids had moved away and their parents stayed, so they're all still here, and the
What
kids are gone.
what caused you to want to come back after going away?
I lived after here. I lived in the city of Patterson for a while with my ex-boyfriend, and that was a horrible place to live. Patterson is a dying city. Yeah, it's a city without hope. It's just it's where misery goes to die. And after that, I lived in another town similar to the one that I'm in. It was just different enough where it's like it never felt like home. So
Yeah.
when Peach and I got together and we were like looking for where we were going to go and like, make our lives, all I wanted to do was go home. So I came home.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that because I don't really have the home thing. The town I was born in, we moved out of in 2 weeks, and I'd never lived there again.
Yeah.
And then when we moved out of there, we moved straight into the bush of Alaska.
Oh,
And
wow.
I lived there for 3 years, the first 3 years of my life.
Mm.
And I can remember living on a raft because my dad ran a logging company, and they had these literal floating rafts made out of giant 6-foot diameter tree trunks and this huge deck on it. They would put 2 buildings on it, and one of them is an industrial thing, and then the other one is our house. And there would be like 2 boats tied to the raft, and one of them is a tugboat. So if they run out of wood in one area, then they can tow us over to the next bay and then start over again. So that was first 3 years. My parents get divorced, and my mother lives in California. My dad lives wherever. And it was always either someplace that you can't get to, how do I put this? It was often a place that you either you can't get there by plane, or you can only get there by plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of arrangement. So every time I would go visit him, he's in some different wilderness setting, and every time I would come back to Mom, she lived in a different apartment somewhere around in the vicinity of Los Angeles or Phoenix, bouncing back and forth. So by the time I moved to Texas at 14, I had already lived in 9 other states.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. What did you prefer, the wilderness or being around in the city area?
I have to say that I preferred Los Angeles area.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm surprised. I would have assumed the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it was different wilderness environments. So, I mean, very often it was, I mean, sometimes it's the, Alpine mountains, or, the Pacific West forests and all of that, which are lovely. Yes. The rest of the time we would be in like the Sonoran Desert. And I remember, for example, in one place that we lived, when we would come home at night on a dirt road, getting to the trailer in the desert where we lived, we would have to wait in the car while my dad got out with a shotgun to clear the driveway of rattlesnakes.
Jeez.
Which he also had to do in the morning before we went anywhere.
Wow, that's crazy. I've seen one rattlesnake down here so far that was near the house. Just the one. It was a big fat one, but in my over 20 years down here, I've only seen one.
We lived in rural Arizona.
I've never seen one.
I was impressed that I've never seen a Gila monster, but I have seen most of these others. And I've never seen a coral snake either. Arizona has their own species of coral snake, but you have to go out looking for those to find one.
It doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah.
My old boss, the administrator at the Montessori school that I used to work at, she actually has a big piece of land out in the woods in Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, New York State, and she's in New York State. And I mean, it's like in the woods. And somebody sent me a message. It might be Joe. Anyway, they once a year, the state goes to her house and they walk around in the woods doing a count of the rattlesnakes, the timber rattlers. So it's interesting.
Yeah. We would go camping, and I remember whenever we did, we'd go up in the mountains in southern Arizona, and I would go down by the river's edge, and I would come back with hands full of snakes. I remember I was a little kid, like 8 or 10. And I mean, at different species, I've just caught a shit ton of snakes, and of course there was only in Arizona, there's only rattlesnakes and coral snakes that are venomous, and you can immediately recognize both of those. So I'm perfectly comfortable with all the shit in my hands.
Yeah, I used to catch garter snakes. We have a whole bunch of them in front of the house. Every year, there's like a whole family of them that live in the flower bed.
Yeah, I lived in the Midwest for a little while, and I remember having to pick the garter snakes out of the yard before I go mowing.
Oh yeah, you want yeah. You don't want to hit them.
That's one thing about Florida that's good. It's the nature, because we have a lot of animal diversity here. Do we have bears and deers and alligators and bald eagles and lizards running around everywhere?
Yeah, we have all of that here except for the alligators. I'm
Yeah,
glad of
Texas,
that
we got
too.
the alligators too.
Oh, you got the alligators?
We have some places with alligators, yes.
No. The only time we have alligators around here is when they're in New York City in the sewer. Happens every couple of years.
I was legitimately afraid of that when I was a little kid. I would avoid the manhole covers.
That's funny.
Yeah, I couldn't move to Florida because I have snakes that Florida would just come in and kill.
Really?
Yeah, I've got a couple of reticulated pythons. One of whom is my favorite exotic pet that I've ever had in my life, and I love this thing so much. And there was a terrible story. It was a video. This Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission came into this guy's facility under false pretenses, and then systematically started murdering all of his 150 snakes. And they were Burmese pythons and reticulated pythons and like that. And yeah, and so he set up his he couldn't bear what was going on, and so he just set his cell phone on record and walked out. And the video that was recorded from that was just awful.
My oldest had bearded dragons, and he moved to Pennsylvania and he couldn't take them. He had to find someplace to go with them because you can't have them in Pennsylvania apparently.
Bearded dragons?
Yeah.
Really?
Those things require
Pennsylvania's really
high
strict
temperatures.
on
Those things
exotic
require
pets.
high temperatures, yet they can't possibly be invasive.
Yeah, they're really strict. Yeah,
Huh.
it was that and his hedgehogs he couldn't take either. So
Oh.
I can't say anything about hedgehogs. I don't know.
I knew you're into paleontology, and I was gonna ask you about. I saw this video about these prehistoric. I don't know what you would call them. I don't know if they're dinosaurs. They're like pterodactyls, but not pterodactyls. They're these things. These. It's the largest creature that ever flew. It's
Those are pterosaurs. They're the Asdarchids, and the two main species are Quetzalcoatlus and Hexagopteryx,
mhm.
and they're both the size of a giraffe.
That's exactly the comparison I was gonna make. Was it reminds you of a giraffe when it's standing up, and its head is the size of a horse.
The
And
head is actually bigger than that of a T-Rex.
yeah, that's crazy. What a bizarre
But you know what's crazier than
creature.
that? The body, the torso of that
Yeah.
animal is the same size as yours.
Really?
Which animal is this?
Hatzegopteryx and Quetzalcoatlus or Quetzalcoatlus.
Ooh.
Yeah, the torso is that of just imagine like a muscular man,
Mhm.
but then the legs are outrageously long, the arms are stupefyingly long, the neck is everything long. But so when you look at the side, when you look at a wingspan that's similar to a fighter jet, it's what you then now you look at the weight displacement of the body, that tiny, relatively tiny torso in this huge hang glider of a body.
That's wild.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what it would be like to be attacked by one of these things. Like
I thought you were going to say
horrifying.
live one.
No, like
You gonna deep fry it?
Yeehaw.
It's chicken, right?
I like when they keep finding things that that change their perspective, and like things that are so much bigger than they thought that they could be. So they recently found a snake bigger than Titanoboa, and it's in the old world, not in the new world. So this is a Madsoid snake, not a giant anaconda.
Mm.
And then there's a ichthyotitan is an ichthyosaur from the Triassic that is according to the vertebrae, this thing was so massive that it's one of two animals they found in the fossil record that could compete with the blue whale.
Wow.
And it was terrestrial.
No, ichthyotitan is an ichthyosaur. So it's, imagine if you tried to build a dolphin out of a reptile, then this is what you'd get.
Mm. Wow.
Except that this dolphin is in excess of 60 feet long.
Damn.
In excess of. So it's upwards of 60 feet. They don't know how much bigger it is.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. But it's definitely whale size. Maybe not maximum whale size, but it's up there.
You know,
And then there was a whale. There was a whale found that was a basilosaurid, but also the vertebrae is so enormous that they're thinking that this one is another one that comes close to the size of a blue whale.
you know, what gets me, we talked, all of us have at various times have talked about, how, believers want to believe in magic and they eschew science, a lot of them eschew science. And I'm like, the real world, the universe that we can detect and examine is so amazing on its own. Why do you need magic, right? There's like, reality is really fucking cool and has all these amazing things, and we continue to learn. And the more we learn that we don't know, that there's more to find out.
Weeks ago, I had a Jehovah's Witnesses at my door, and I said, for the record, reality, the universe is just way more fascinating than anything you're going to find in any religious book.
Yeah.
And they said, well, thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Well, recently, there was that planet that they detected, it's like 5 different, constituent 5 different gases that on Earth, at least, we only find in the presence of life. Now, maybe there's some chemical processes that are non-biological that can produce those same things, but at least here on our planet, we only find these 5. And it's one thing if you found 1, but to find 5,
right,
says, again, we don't know for sure whether there's life, but it's sure that's seems the more you find like that, the less coincidental it seems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a planet that we're detecting that's, I forget, like 7 trillion miles away or something on that order. That we can, that thanks to spectroscopy, we can detect this, and because we know the fingerprints of these various chemicals, that we can figure out what they are even at this distance, and that's fantastic.
Shane, not in my
Good to
name.
see you again, Joe.
Yeah. Aaron said, good to see you again.
Oh, yeah, good to see you too. And even though I can't actually see him, it's good to see Dark Matter. I haven't seen him in person since the 2016 Reason Rally.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been almost 10 years now, huh?
Yeah. I'm still salty that you never made a cartoon character of me, but it's okay. I was always the biggest little channel, because I never got to be a big channel, but like all the big channels knew who I was. Whether they were happy about that or not, another matter. But
It's funny. I used to say that about my channel all the time. I actually took an image of Jeffrey and I put boobs on him and a baseball cap and a cigarette in his mouth. I was like, there you go. It's me.
That's great. Yeah, well,
I got that
Go ahead.
somewhere. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I'm planning on suing you for that now. I mean, you would,
I have it somewhere. I gotta find it. I'll send it to you.
yeah,
I'll
you
post it in
just
the goddamn podcast Discord.
admitted it, so I mean,
Yeah. With witnesses, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I tell you what, though, I think I altered it enough though to make it my own. So
Yeah, it's a transformative work, right?
there you go.
One thing that's funny. This happened years ago. I don't know if Aron will remember it, but he made some post about whatever it was, and I replied, and we had a little back and forth, and I referred to Aron as my friend. And then somebody who for some reason wanted to be salty like came on and was like, you don't know him, fuck you idiot, blah blah blah. I'm like, he stayed at my house, his whole family stayed at my house. So yeah, I think I can say I got his number. You want me to call him? I mean, you just put like a little
Weird.
laugh mode on it.
YouTube fame is so weird because yeah, I've seen conversations like that, and it's just like
Yeah.
I made steak for him once. It was bad, but I made it.
Didn't Joe? Didn't we have dinner not just at the Brick Lane in New York, but didn't we also have dinner in London?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Abilene, or and Amarillo and Dallas.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because the last time I was down that way, yeah, it was kind of funny. Aron was going out to something out in Arizona, wasn't it? I think it was somewhere.
I don't
You
know
were
what
going
story you're about to
on
tell.
some investigation somewhere, and I was ultimately going to Amarillo, and the timing of the trip was I was in Dallas the last night he was in Dallas, and then he was in Amarillo the next day, or like maybe 2 nights later. So we got to see each other twice in the same trip in 2 different cities. So that was pretty funny.
Yeah. And I remember seeing the Who with you, the Mongolian metal band, folk metal band in Austin.
Well, yeah, that was 2019. Well, you did me a solid. And it's just funny because I was supposed to drive up to see you in Dallas, and you called me up, and you were like, why are you coming up here? And I'm like, to see you. And I had driven all the way from New Jersey to, Lancaster to DC to, so I'd gone down the entire coast to Houston and everything like that. And you're like, stay there. We'll be right down. So we actually because I only was going to be able to see you for like half a day because you came down. We got 2 days together. So that was pretty cool.
And see the concert, which was cool.
And see the concert, yeah.
But you couldn't fly me out to London, huh, Aron? You didn't think of that.
Yeah, I think Joe and I were there independently, but coincidentally at the same time.
Yeah, it just worked out that way.
Yeah.
Actually, 2019, I got to see a lot of people. Well, part of the whole trip down, which ultimately ended in Austin, was originally I was supposed to drive down and see relatives in Alabama, and then it just became this massive trip, and I saw like 30 people. But then I also went to London. That might have been the same trip that I went to London, and one night I got to see D. Landing Cole, Got That Funk, Latham Way, and Brian J. all in the same. They all came to see me at a pub in London, so that was cool.
Are all those guys still on YouTube?
Jacob, Latham Way, that channel is dead. He basically got locked out of it, and he was going to have to give his ID to get it back, and he refused. So he had opened up another channel with his brother, and he still does stuff occasionally. D. Landing Cole probably once a year. Got That Funk's been pretty quiet the last year and a half or so. And Brian J, I mean, he's ever since his wife died, and I'm drawing a blank on her channel name. Exiled, yeah. I don't know how I forgot that. She died early last year, so he's been quiet. And then he's had some health problems earlier this year, so he's been pretty quiet too. So yeah, there's not a lot of people from the old days, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I toyed with the idea of coming back on a more regular basis and making actual videos, not just live streams. And toyed with a new Madness Ma'am and Cherry event because of all of the HIV stuff that was ended by the Trump administration or Trump regime.
Hunter.
Yeah. I just don't know because it's just like there isn't really much of a community left. And the people that are there, I don't know them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know who a few of the people are, but I don't really have any connection. Like Simon Dan would be a good person. There's a few
Yeah,
other
I don't know
people.
who that is.
Fight the Flat Earth, how it would be good. A few other guys, but yeah, I don't have the connection to them like I do.
What's his name? Godless Engineer. He's still making videos, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Godless Engineer is also a frequent host on the line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Simon Dan still makes videos, but I haven't seen many of them recently.
He makes like 3 or 4 videos a week. Because like Tuesday is Tinfoil Tuesday, and then Friday's Flat Earth Fridays. And then I know he's got 1 or 2 other videos. So yeah,
He's got a whole gimmick going.
Oh yeah. And I'll tell you what, that's really like, it's not the only way, but one of the better ways to kind of build a channel. It's like, I think back when Steve Shives' channel was smaller, he had like, this was 5 stupid things this day and this other thing, and so you kind of tune in because it was like a regular show, like a weekly show, like we're used to from back in the day.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I started to do with the kerfuffle here. Kerfuffle tonight is every Friday night. And yeah, I mean, I'm toying with some other ideas, trying to get back on the map. Peach is toying with coming back also.
That'd be great.
She's not sure what she wants to do or talk about. Just
Talk about how
events.
everything's gone to shit.
Yeah, it's really depressing. She doesn't deal with it as well as I do.
A couple weeks ago, I was in Minneapolis for American Atheist National Convention, and Zomgits Chris was up there. And she was talking again, just like she did last year. She was talking about doing her channel again. But it was frustrating because she mentioned she was going to be doing a comeback last year and then never did.
Right, in Philly. Yeah, because I hung out with her in Philly.
That could largely have been because of Data Jack. She was the one to find him.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that was.
I don't know about Data Jack. I'm unfamiliar.
Data Jack. When my wife and I went to, he shows up at American Atheist all the time. He was usually Chris's way into the country.
Yeah.
He had been sponsoring her a bunch. And then when my wife and I went to Paris, the purpose of going to Paris was to go see the Louvre, because I found a stupidly cheap flight. Just an incredibly cheap flight for something like $40.
Wow, holy shit.
From London, round trip from London to Paris.
For the record, Aaron didn't fly me to Paris either, just for the record.
So my wife and I end up in Paris, and we, Data Jack and Chris took the train under the channel, and they met us.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and so we're the 4 of us going out and hanging out in like we have in so many other countries. I loved living that life once upon a time. That was crazy. I was at a different conference, convention, or rally every month for a decade.
Yeah.
So
and
there was
it got crazy at one point, because I remember when I was in South Africa, I was doing the paleontological thing, and I realized that when I come back from this expedition, the very next weekend after I get home, I have to be in Miami because I'm speaking on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. And then the very next weekend, we'll be coming back from the cruise ship. And so in the middle of that week, I have to be in Austin for, I think it was Atheist Day. And then that following weekend, I had to be in Phoenix for American Atheist Convention. And then the weekend after that, I had to be some other place, I forget. And I remember I was still taking classes at this point, mostly online because I was traveling so much. But I was thinking, how the fuck am I how am I still able to keep up with all this shit? And that's, of course, the moment that they started shutting everything down for COVID. And then my speaking career never recovered. I mean, I'm speaking in Denver in 2 weeks, and Des Moines next month, and I'm supposed to be in Williamstown, Kentucky the month after that. But Not like it used to be.
And tonight you're, on the illustrious Kerfuffle tonight with 2 viewers. And one of them is me.
John, I don't remember what region of the country are you in. I don't want you to dox yourself, but
Florida.
Oh,
Yeah.
Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately.
for the record, John, did Aron Ra pay for you to go to South Africa?
You know what? Nope.
No. See?
No.
Batting 1,000.
That
Well,
was-
next time I'm down in Florida, I'll try to look you up.
I don't know if I personally will ever be in Florida again. Florida is a dangerous place for me.
Just so. Yeah, I mean, my cousin Vance lives in Jacksonville, and I've got relatives in Clearwater area, and I know somebody in Orlando. So
I can tell you that American Atheists was going to have they were going to have their national convention in Dallas. It was supposed to have been a few years ago, but they pulled it and moved it to, I think, Atlanta instead, because they decided that Texas laws had just gotten too fucking creepy with regard to trans people.
Yeah.
And so they weren't going to hold it in Dallas, in my hometown now.
right.
And also, SatanCon was going to hold their event in Dallas. They did the first one in Scottsdale, Arizona. The second one was supposed to be here. And then they realized that they had so many trans people in the Satanic Temple. They're like, we can't go to Texas.
Yeah.
That's just too fucking scary a place for trans people to go. And so they moved it to Boston.
You know, what's so mind-blowing about that is, like, at a time when, in a certain regard, trans acceptance is better than it's ever been, but that there's certain parts of the country where it's worse than it's ever been.
Yeah.
And that's mind-numbing.
So eventually, well, our plan here is to sell everything. We want to sell the house. We're going to take the kids out of school, and we're planning on getting a Class C RV and traveling the country while it still exists. And one of our first stops will be Florida for Disney. We figure we'll spend a week and do Disney, and then we will get the fuck out of the Florida area.
There's a really good atheist hangout group in Orlando. I mean, a really good one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's where Phil Ferguson lives now.
Oh, really? He left Austin?
Yeah, and there's some people that host what is the Free Flow, the Free Thought Florida conference in Orlando.
Oh, cool.
And they've had me down there 2 or 3 times. The Unholy Trinity is always there in some capacity.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Octopus is down there too.
Yeah, speaking of the Unholy Trinity, I miss DPR.
Yeah, it was sad when his brother called me to tell me what had happened, and I realized that I hadn't spoken to DPR in over 4 months.
Yeah.
Just because of how busy, So I felt like I let our friendship sour, just being overwhelmed with everything I was doing.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was still taking classes and killing myself in the process. And that's the reason why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I used to host a lot of shows with DPR. Well, I mean, I would host a show and he would fall asleep, but still, he was there. As many people, know me, as many as know me, they know me because of DPR though. My channel, I'm still a tiny channel, but like you were saying earlier about yourself, Joe, I mean, everybody knows me. And they know me because of DPR Jones.
Right.
Let me tell you a quick story, if I may, please.
Sure.
I was delighted that DPR Jones had come to stay. He come to Texas. And I remember we were talking for a long time about how great it would be if he could come to visit the United States. And then we met in the United States over and over again. in Austin and Dallas and Salt Lake City and Florida. It was funny. But I've been to Nottingham. I've stayed in his house. Actually, he rented the building or the duplex, the other half of the duplex that he lives in next door. That's where my wife and I stayed, and we were cooking in his kitchen and all of that. Anyway, we hung out in a bunch of different places, but when he came to go to American Atheist National Convention in Salt Lake City, he was going to fly to Salt Lake City, and I said, no, do not fly directly into America's most boring city. I talked him into landing in Albuquerque, and it wasn't just DPR; it was also
the True Puka.
Yeah, the True Puka. So I'm picking up DPR Jones and the True Puka in Albuquerque, and I remember DPR Jones complaining, "You want me to sit in a car for literally hundreds and hundreds of miles?" But I had plans that I didn't tell him about, because I'd been all through there, and so I knew what that shit looked like. And so DPR is in this road trip where we go to the Four Corners area, and we go through the desert vistas in a whole lot of Utah are just stunning, and DPR was just like shutterbugging constantly the whole drive up there. And he got to meet my brothers. He's the only other YouTuber who got to see any of my family at all. And my brothers got drunk and tried to start a fight in the restaurant we were hanging out in.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So, yeah. Him and True Puka got to see that. Yeah. We look alike. Resemblance ends there.
Well, I was very jealous of Philip, because Philip works for me, and we met because of YouTube stuff, and so he, when I was flying, I flew out into Salt Lake City, and he told me, "Oh, I'm driving up with DPR and Aron." I'm like, "Are you rotten son of a bitch?" Yeah, when you told me. But,
and had this big 9-passenger Suburban. We could have fit you in there.
Yeah, and I understand you guys met Desert File when you were out there.
We did. That was one of the little tricks. So Desert File, you guys don't remember, he was a hermit that lived out in the desert of New Mexico somewhere. And the track that goes up there from Albuquerque, from the airport in Albuquerque, I deliberately go in this off-road country place that's to take us well off the map. But, DPR doesn't know, and neither does Phil. And we stop in this little diner somewhere, pre-agreed, that nobody knows was pre-agreed, just so that Desert File could wander in.
Nice.
And meet them. So that was a planned surprise, but that wasn't the only one. So then we're coming over the Rockies, because it's snowy, pristine alpine mountains. I mean, it looked fucking gorgeous. Winding roads, snow, right? We have to go over the huge pass to get down into Salt Lake City. DPR was loving it. He'd never seen a desert before. He'd never seen these kind of mountains before. He'd never seen any of it before. But then when we're leaving Salt Lake City, there's still other surprises coming that he doesn't know about. Because I planned it, but I didn't tell him. I remember when he made me pull over so he could take a picture of the road sign. Salt Lake City, it says Las Vegas, 451 miles. And he said, "Nothing in England is 451 miles away." And at one point, I let him drive the Suburban. So now he's driving on the wrong side of the car through the desert all the way to Las Vegas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, which was great. And then we stayed in the Stratosphere Hotel. And we went to the top floor, with the flying saucer at the top, because there's an amusement park out there. And I took my two oldest sons. And DPR and my sons rode up all the rides, all of them. And I remember we were driving out of there the next day. He points back at the city skyline. He points at the tallest building in all of Nevada. And he goes, "You see that building? I've been up there." Still more surprises coming. He doesn't know it. We did Hoover Dam and the Grand Canyon.
Oh, wow.
Which DPR was not expecting to do. We were supposed to do Meteor Crater too, but I fucked up and let DPR out of the car at the Hoover Dam, and he wasted like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I'm we're desperate to get the fuck out of there, and we didn't make it to Meteor Crater when they closed before we got there. And then I forgot about the time zone change. So the true Puka is sitting in the back seat. He goes, "Are we going to make my flight?" I'm like, "No." And I'm hauling ass too. I'm going like 90 miles an hour all across New Mexico, realizing I'm not going to fucking make this flight.
Yeah, because he had to call me and let me know, like, Joe, I'm going to be back late because
entirely my fault. I forgot there was a time zone change.
Oops.
Yeah, but really, it would have been fine if I just hadn't stopped at Hoover Dam.
When Zomgits was here, she's actually stayed with us for a few days, and she was like, she couldn't believe how big the country was.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, she thought that she could just like see everything in like a week. I was like, you can't even see all of New Jersey in a week.
No. Well, see, that's one thing that's kind of funny when trying to help Europeans understand why some of the attitudes that we have in our country. Because I'm like, you do understand that this country is as big as all of Europe, landmass wise, and we don't even know necessarily much about other states, and maybe neighboring states. But when you're this big, so it's just imagine if all the countries you border were also part of your country, and they all had their own laws and ways of
I'm
looking
supposed
at
to know about Luxembourg. I don't even know about Virginia.
There was a time my wife and I ended up in Melbourne, and I thought I had this stellar idea that I can rent the gigantic Indian Chief motorcycle. It's a massive fucking machine. And it's got this this huge lazy boy recliner as a passenger seat. So my wife is going to love that. It's the biggest fucking motorcycle I've ever ridden. So I'm going to do that. And I thought I had this wonderful idea that we'll ride up from Melbourne to Alice Springs so we can see Ayers Rock, and then continue on to Perth.
Alice Springs is way out of the way.
Yeah, well, if you want to see Ayers Rock, Alice Springs is where you go.
Right.
The people in Australia, the locals, had to explain to me, well, let's look at it this way. Imagine that you're in Fort Lauderdale and you're driving to Kansas City.
Right.
Except there's nothing between Fort Lauderdale and Kansas City.
Well, it's the thing, because that area is right. That's that's in the central north, like Northwest Territories, right? And then Perth is down in the southwest. So that's a huge drive.
They put it to me that once you get past Tallahassee, it's just barren wilderness and nothing to see. Straight line for days. I'm like, okay, well, it probably would be a bad idea. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, basically, most people live on the coast. There's a little bit of stuff in the interior, but very little.
Yeah.
Stuff that wants to kill you.
Especially that. Well, see, I want to get down to Australia to see Atheist Aussie. But he doesn't live in Melbourne anymore. He lives like a few hours outside. I'm like, oh.
Have you been to Melbourne?
I have not. I've never been to Australia.
Melbourne is, London is always going to be my favorite city, but Melbourne is a close second. Melbourne is gorgeous. Melbourne is downtown San Francisco beautiful. It is full of unnecessarily artistic architecture. And I went down there alone the first time, and I was just it was such a beautiful trip. I had to bring my wife. I had to find some way that I can share these vistas with my wife, and it took a couple of years, but we did. And so we were on the shore of the river. We're down in the restaurant district, and we get to see where the setting sun lights up the skyline gold and like from the riverfront. And I'm like, my wife gets to see this. God damn it, I succeeded.
Yeah, the hard part is it's such a long trip. For
whatever reason, John did not follow us. He didn't accept my tickets to go to Melbourne, I guess.
Oh.
Because I had just gotten to London and I was expecting to meet up with you there.
Yeah, because Now Suzanne's been down there. She was in the but yeah, but you met Suzanne, right? Right, Raven? Yeah, and I know Aron has too.
So
but,
I wanted to answer Bob. He's asking if in Mendham, what's up with in Mendham if he's still around. Well, in
He's one of
Mendham
your neighbors, isn't he?
he's still in Mendham.
yeah, I mean, basically, he's roughly halfway between me and Raven. He's like half hour for each of us.
Okay.
So he's a real interesting guy. It's a real interesting case. Mendham is one of the wealthiest towns in the country. There's a lot of money in Mendham, and in Mendham he has no money.
Yeah, actually,
So-
the True Puka went to visit him once, and
Really?
he kind of lives. He
lives in a
out
shack.
in the woods in
Yeah, he
Mendham.
lives in a shack in between two houses. I believe that it's on the property of one of the houses. He probably does lawn work for the people. I don't know. That's my guess.
I
Is
made
that
the mistake of visiting Desert File at his house, and I'm being very generous in calling that a house.
he lives in a trailer, doesn't he? Out in the desert.
No, not exactly.
Oh,
He cooks in a trailer, but he
Oh.
lives in the bed of a pickup truck.
oh wow.
Yeah, and I don't mean a camper.
No. I figured that's what you mean. It was a.
He's got a waterproof mattress, and he sleeping bag blankets. He sleeps in the back of a pickup truck.
Wow.
Now I have a jacked up Jeep Wrangler on 37-inch off-road tires. I could go to his house so easy now. And I would actually love the opportunity to take the fucking off-road monster that I drive around city streets all day and go visit him because what did I show up in? My wife's Chrysler Pacifica. Getting that to his house, man, we had to drive at 1 mile an hour or less.
Jesus.
Because there's no dirt road. It's a goat trail.
Wow.
We had to crawl that car through riverbeds. I couldn't believe we were doing it. I couldn't believe my wife certainly did. She was not happy.
Yeah. Philip said the trip was fraught. He was just like, he didn't say anything, but he was not happy with the distance away from civilization that you guys had to go.
I was so wish that I have another opportunity to go visit Desert File in a vehicle that could actually get there properly. Yeah, well, we did. We got to his house, or the trailer that he cooks in next to the truck that he sleeps in, and then pretty much immediately we had to go to sleep ourselves, and we had to sleep in the car. Just freakishly uncomfortable.
Does he live that way by choice, or is it circumstance that
he runs an actual ranch? And although you might not think it to see him, he is the literal cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
He is a hermit. He's an actual hermit, and he's also a cowboy. And he is a one cowboy ranch.
Wow.
So he runs, I don't know how many head of cattle, but he does it by himself. With no horse.
Wow.
And I'm not sure how he manages that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And he's vegetarian. A vegetarian hermit cowboy with no horse.
I'll always just remember his gravity video, because that was just great.
That's epically iconic. I mean,
and I was surprised. I went looking the video up like about a year ago, just out of curiosity, because I just wanted to see it again. And as iconic as it is, I think it's mostly iconic from shares. It has nowhere near the number of views as you would expect a video like that to have.
and now everybody's familiar with small clips of it.
I made a video with
clips
Desert File where he tells this story about how arduous it is to get to his house, how the difficulty of the trip, because it's not a dirt road. It's goat trails, miles and miles of crawling through riverbeds and
Yeah.
over rocks and shit. And then when he tells this story, he says, but somebody actually did that just to see me. And then I sit down next to him on camera.
Nice. But yeah, I actually ended up becoming not friends, but friendly with Stone Commander. That was the guy who asked the stupid question.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
was like, he very much regretted, that because, he was like, because he was ignorant, right? But yeah, although he's a Trumper and he's way out there, so I don't talk to him that much anymore. But I was actually checking. I was curious. I wanted to see how much it would cost to fly out to Melbourne from Philly, because right now with radar shutting down at random in Newark, I don't want to fly out of Newark right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me suggest something to you though. If you're going to do that, do what I did twice. Fly to Auckland first. Book your flight to Auckland, New Zealand. There's a guy there, Warren Harding.
Any relation?
Nope. But there is a guy there who hosted me when I was coming through. I had a 10-hour layover, and I was just going to get out and wander around and see Auckland. And then this guy reaches out to me and says, hey, look, I live in Auckland. Let me pick you up. Let me show you around.
Nice.
It was fantastic. And when he took me to his house, like, you live like this? It's stunning. He has you know how some people have sliding glass doors for a back door? The whole the whole back of his house is a sliding glass. He opens up the whole house because where he lives, it's always 72 degrees.
Damn.
And somehow there's neither flies nor mosquitoes, which is both explainable and curious. That his backyard has Venus flytraps growing wild.
Oh, it's cool.
And pitcher plants.
I don't know what that is.
But these are carnivorous plants. But then he also has living room furniture in his backyard under this huge gazebo to entertain. I'm like, this is fucking magnificent. So the next, a couple years later, I go back, and this time I'm going with the Unholy Trinity. And I told both of them, Seth didn't want to do it because he's bringing his whole family, but Matt did. Matt went with me to Auckland, and we went with Warren, and he set us up, and it was wonderful. And he took us to the beach at Piha and everything. It made a fantastic trip. And then when I come back again, I made sure, this time I'm bringing my wife with me, and she gets to see all the shit that Warren had shown me before, because the beach at Piha was indescribable. I mean, it's not like a beach you've ever seen ever. The sand is black, and when you walk on it, it shines rainbows. And the rocks that jut out of the ocean look like a set from an old 60s Star Trek episode. And then when you come back to the shore, it's all caves.
Oh wow!
And cave after cave after cave, and then tropical plants. It's like a jungle, and it's stunning. Absolutely beautiful.
I don't know. I would probably want to stop there anyway, simply because, I'm looking. It's like even with a single layover, it's 24 hours. I can't take that. My body can't take that shit anymore. So I think I would probably fly to California and stay overnight, and fly to Hawaii and stay overnight, and fly to Auckland.
I don't want to volunteer Warren on somebody that he doesn't.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't expect that. No,
but he does. If you were lucky enough, if he were to volunteer, accept his invitation to come to his house, because it's beautiful.
Nice.
I love it. He's just like the ideal backyard for entertaining. So I can remember it. So it's me and my wife and Matt Dillahunty and a handful of these other people, Aucklanders, all sitting in the backyard and living room furniture in this like all these sofas all turned to each other. It's like, I don't think they have a TV because nobody bothers. But we're having these wonderful conversations out in perfect environment. It was a very nice time. If you're going to go to Australia, if you're going to go through all the trouble of crossing half a planet to get across the Pacific, make sure you see that first.
Nice.
then the next day you can hop the next couple of hours.
I'd probably stick up because the thing is, I'm looking. So it's 5-6 hours to Cali. It's another 6 hours to Honolulu. It's 9 hours from Honolulu to Auckland. I'd probably stay. So I think if I go to Australia, I'm going to be gone for a month because I got to do this in easy stages.
The first time I did it, it took me 2 days to get there, and I was there for 2 days.
Oh my God.
And it took me 2 days to get back because I was working. I was still working for a corporate office. So if anybody's ever seen the movie The Incredibles,
yeah,
Mr. Incredible, that was my job. When the camera zooms out to show the cube farm that he worked in, I realized that's exactly my job. The little old lady wasn't in the cubicle with me. She's on the phone, but that was my job. My job was to deny insurance coverage to little old ladies.
Damn.
It was heartbreaking.
That's a whole fucking job.
But that job, I had to take up all my vacation time to go to the other side of the planet for the World Atheist Conference in 2012. And I was there for 2 days. And then I had to spend 2 days flying back.
That's crazy.
So I want to break in real quick and let everyone know, because we're about an hour and a half in. So tonight we have Aron Ra and DarkMatter, who's not on camera, and obviously Joe and myself. If you like what I do here, please, in the description, there's a link for Patreon. Please become a patron, and that would be really cool. And also, tonight's episode is actually brought to you by Stale Cold McDonald's French fries and the letter X. Anyway.
I'm going to get another drink. I'll be right back.
There you go. John, you're quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to listen. I don't have any good meetup stories because I'm kind of a hermit myself.
Well, I mean, I met you in person at
Philly.
Philly?
Yeah,
Was
Philly.
it? Yeah.
Well, actually, no. Washington, D.C., no?
He might have been.
first
It
one.
was either Philly or Washington.
Well, you did meet
Or
him in-
was it Ohio?
I didn't do Ohio.
Mm.
But I did do the first one in Washington, and then the next one was in Philly.
Yeah.
It
was
that's
one
where
of
I
those.
met John, and then it was funny at the 2016 Reason Rally, I was hanging out with Steve Shives, and then Live Life came over to try to
that's
have
a
an
shame.
argument with Steve, and then he tried to drag me into it, and then he tried to drag John into it, and John was just like, "Yeah, I got shit to do."
So Live Life. There's a girl that I went to school with, a girl I graduated with, who noticed on my friend list at one point that Live Life was on my friend list, and she's like, "You know Joe?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you know Joe?" She's like, "Oh God, yeah."
Well, what was funny because Steve, I'd been waiting all day to hang out with Steve, and he came down. And he was like, "Look, I only got like a half hour. We'll have a beer or two, and then I'm gonna go to sleep." Like, "Okay, cool." And then Joe wants to have this big debate, and I'm getting pissed because I've wanted to hang out with Steve all day. Finally got time to hang with him, and it wasn't the first time I met Steve, but I was looking forward to it. And he's like trying to tell Steve, "Oh, you're the worst thing to happen in to atheism." Like, what? And then he tries to pull me into this thing, and he goes, "Well, Joe, we like each other." And I'm like, "What gave you that idea?"
There was a band called Monster on Sunday, a rock and roll band, husband and wife rock and roll band from Phoenix area. And they wrote my theme music. The guitarist wrote my theme music, and which I'm really happy with. I asked him to write something that sounded like either the theme music for a Godzilla movie or it sounds like Godzilla himself. And Steve was able to do that for me. So they were doing a concert at Reason Rally 2016. And I feel compelled, of course, I have to go be part of that show. But the sad thing is I'm hanging out with Bill Nye.
Oh, wow.
And he says, "So what are you doing later this evening?" I'm like, "Well, I have to go to the rock and roll concert." And he goes, "Well, I'm not going to do that." Loyalty to friends.
Yeah. The only reason you would actually told me about it. The only reason why I didn't go because it was SRO, and I'm like, oh, I can't stand it.
Yeah.
You were in Philly last year, right? Aron?
What's that?
You were at the American Atheist last year, right? In Philly?
In Philadelphia? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought so because I couldn't remember. It's been a year. So since I last saw you, I'm down 112 pounds.
Really?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Nice.
I wish I could say the same. I have lost. I've only lost about 30.
Mm-hmm. And
That's good too.
And from when John saw me in 2016, I'm down 147 pounds.
Wow, that's a whole
What
person.
do you weigh now?
453.
Wow.
Yeah. See what one thing. I mean, obviously I look huge, but the thing is that I'm tall and I'm a lot broader than most men. I'm like 3-4 inches wider at the shoulders than most men. So it doesn't. So even though I look huge, I don't look as huge as I really am. You know, it's deceptive,
Yeah.
which is good because otherwise, I probably have to be pushed places.
John, I
There's
got
nothing to do with weight.
kind of an embarrassing question. I mean, have we ever actually met?
No. Well, just online, just doing.
We were both at Reason Rally 2016.
No, I wasn't at. I didn't go to Reason Rally. I wish I did, but I.
Yeah, you
It
were.
was at the YouTube Atheist Convention before that. That was 2010? No. Yeah, 2010.
John, you were at 2016.
No.
I saw you there.
No.
So, John, you were not at Reason Rally 2016?
No.
Okay.
I wish I was, but
yeah, it wasn't as good as the first one.
No.
And unfortunately, the people arranging either one of them never talked to me. Yeah, because I would have. I mean, yeah, I understand why they did Bad Religion. Is perfect choice. I get that. I still would have gone with Motorhead.
Well, the other thing
Lemmy was alive, and he was an atheist, and he did songs like "God Is Not on Your Side." He did a lot of atheist songs. Orgasmatron is an atheist.
Yeah. Well, one thing that was really messed up. So, you guys know Landon Taylor, Tombstone the Dead Man.
yeah,
So he performed at the 2012 Reason Rally, and apparently he was one of very few artists that didn't actually get paid, which is pretty messed up. Like most of the other performers and people that did like musical performance, they got paid. He didn't get paid, so that's why. Then they asked him to do 2016, and he was like, "Well, what's everybody else getting paid?" And no, yeah, you're not getting paid though. Like he's like, "Man, no thanks."
The same people that did the Reason Rally 2016 and that did not invite me or listen to me on anything were also hosting something that going on in Dallas, where I live, that involved Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller are in my town. They're doing a comedy routine for an atheist gathering. And I can't remember what it was. Was it a Apostacon or whatever the fuck it was? But we had at that time an atheist comedian, an 11-year-old girl who was doing stand-up comedy in the club scene.
Oh, wow.
All around Dallas. Saffron Herndon. And her videos are so fucking funny. I mean, it's an 11-year-old girl doing atheist comedy. And how long is that going to last? Like next year she'll be in puberty. This is a very niche thing. So in this one brilliant moment, you've got Penn and Teller, and you could have this girl open for Penn and Teller. Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? But nobody listens to me.
Yeah.
I just have great ideas nobody cares about. Yeah. Anybody watching, Google Saffron Herndon and look her up on YouTube.
I will do that right now. There we go.
Yeah, I went to see her set at at one of the Dallas comedy clubs when she's still a little girl. I even got a picture with her. And I love the jokes that she's very atheist comedy, where she She talks about I can't remember, and you can look it up. I can't remember any of her jokes right now. I'm feeling so bad, but it was really brilliant atheist comedy for an 11-year-old.
Mm.
And when I met her, when I met her the first time I met her in person, there was a protest of some sort where we're in downtown Dallas, where we're doing some march for human rights or whatever, and I realized that's her right here next to me, and I meet her dad, and her dad is a fan of my channel. So her dad and I hit it off right away.
Nice. I've got a group near me, Bob, that's decent. I've gone a couple times, but I don't know. I'm just not a joiner, I mean,
Yeah.
Because then when you join something, then there's obligation involved, and I'm just, busy. Maybe if I ever sell my business and retire, then I can be more active.
Oh, the Trump atheist connection a couple of times here. I don't see it. I mean, sure, no matter what group of people there's always going to be some that are right wingers, but I don't think you're not. What would be the basis? Do you know what I mean?
I've heard that atheists as a group are the least likely to be MAGAs.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I know there's some.
Yeah.
There's some.
It's always pretty shocking when you see them, because it's like, well, it's one thing I've noticed, a few of us have noticed, anyone who puts skeptic in their name seems to be the least skeptical about everything except religion.
And religious people who put truth in their name are
Exactly.
the biggest full of shit people there are.
Do you guys know Chris?
There's one who I refuse to call his channel name by what he calls it. Instead, I refer to him as stooping for lies.
Do you guys know Chris Mowdy?
Yeah. Through you.
Well, of course I do. But
no, through you.
Through yeah. But there's he does this joke about that because there's one atheist channel, Skeptic Fence. And again, he's skeptical only about religious stuff, and
It's Live Life.
Is it?
It's Live Life.
Isn't that Live Life? Oh god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell you what bothers me about all that back in the day. So William Lane Craig, who will only debate other people who have PhDs because he wants to pull himself up by other people's bootstraps.
Right.
He's doing some kind of a tour thing, and so CNN wants to interview William Lane Craig, and so they get this brilliant idea: let's get an atheist to oppose him. Quickly Google famous atheist. They get the amazing atheist.
Oh no!
They put him on CNN against William Lane Craig, not
God.
Matt Dillahunty, TJ Kirk.
You're not the guy who could actually tear. Well, that's what gets me about some of the people like Sam Harris and some of these other guys. They're supposed to be so fucking brilliant, and yet they lose to William fucking Lane Craig, who does the same shtick every fucking time. It's always the same. It's like, okay, he gets you to the point where even if you accepted all these premises, which I don't, but even if you did, the best you could get to is deism. And then he just like makes this massive leap over to, so my God is true. Like, no, how do you lose to a guy who does it? That's not like, he came up with something new on the fly and you weren't prepared for it. He does the same goddamn arguments every goddamn time. How can you lose to that guy?
He did this, his best argument, the Kalam cosmological argument. Neither of the premises are necessarily true.
Right.
And the conclusion is a non sequitur.
Right.
And that's his best. And he is their best. I mean, talk about theists. Theists, well, don't always put up, William Lane Craig as their best guy.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, it's a funny thing that I have stood next to Christopher Hitchens. He and I have looked each other in the eye. I put my hand out to shake his, and Dawkins was standing on the other side of me. And right as I was about to introduce myself, Dawkins swept him up to the hospital, and that was the last anybody ever saw Christopher Hitchens alive.
Oh,
so
shit.
I'm frustrated about that. I just sidetracked myself.
Yeah, you did.
I don't remember what I was about.
We were talking about William Lane Craig.
Oh, yeah. I saw Christopher Hitchens at the Prestonwood Baptist Church, which is, it disturbs me how big some of our Texas churches are. I go to Prestonwood. I'm gonna meet Christopher Hitchens on this day. It never happened, but he's going to debate somebody in this church, and I'm looking for which building. It's a church. Which building in this Disneyland-sized parking lot is the building that they're doing the debate? Somebody pulls up to me as I'm walking across this massive parking lot. They say, "Which building is where's the debate located?" And I'm saying, "I think it's the building closest to the runway, because this place looks like LAX. It's huge. It's a church. It's the size of a small town."
Yeah.
It's a 7,500 seat sanctuary stadium.
Wow.
That they fill twice a week.
That's spooky.
Isn't it? When we did the World Atheist Convention in 2012, they gathered atheists from all over the world and flew them to one location, and they filled the Melbourne Civic Center. 5,000 seat capacity, and it was standing room only.
Wow.
But Prestonwood Baptist Church is 50% bigger than that, and they fill it twice a week. Ray Comfort spoke there one day for a half hour, and they paid him $1,000 a minute.
Jeez.
For his speech. But when I go, it's Christopher Hitchens debating against, whatever, intelligent design or whatever, debating against God again. And who is the guy they put up against? Was it William Lane Craig? They chose Bill Dembski. And I remember thinking, Christopher Hitchens is, without argument, he is our best. Unchallenged. Christopher Hitchens is the best we ever had, right there. Bill Dembski? Are you sure? Dembski was so unprepared.
Well, but my favorite is like when these people would call into like either the Line or Atheist Experience or whatever, and they're calling him somebody else's argument, and they do it badly, right? Because as bad as William Lane Craig's arguments are, you're not going to do them better than him, right? They're his arguments. And it's like, and then people will complain, "Oh, well, you guys only take dumbass people to call in." Like, then where's your best? Where are they? Where are the people who are so brilliant that they're gonna change our minds?
There was a guy, one of the Discovery Institute fellows, was bragging. I can't remember who it was now, but one of these Discovery Institute fellows was bragging about a debate that he was going to have with me. And I remember questioning all the channels that I knew of, because I never agreed. Nobody ever even invited me to debate this guy. Nobody ever told me that I was supposed to debate this guy. Why is he bragging that we're going to have when? Where? I'm down for it, but this is the first I've heard.
Well, this is the tactic, right? Invite somebody, but don't tell them, and then they don't show up and declare
And then
victory.
right. The coward didn't show.
John,
that is pretty cowardly of you, Aaron, to not even know.
How dare you not know about the thing that they didn't tell you about?
John,
Proof you're wrong.
John,
Yeah.
have you ever done a debate?
Yeah, I have. I don't.
What's the best one? Is there one that you would like people to look up?
I wouldn't even know how to look them up, because the times I've debated people was they were relatively unknown, and I don't remember their channel names. I remember debating someone on conservative Christian on the abortion issue. And before that was years ago. So I haven't done many. Before that, it was in-person stuff, like when I was in college. But so stuff like that, not really
That
much.
surprises me
online.
because I just want to say again that when you script your videos, there's
Mhm.
genius in there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And and it's not just that, you have a presence.
Mhm.
If you were to do a live on stage debate, you're like, dude, you're the fucking man. I mean, you would just own it.
We'll put it this way. I watched a video of yours recently, not the one you just did that was like an hour and a half, but there was a video you did recently that was like 57 minutes. And I normally, my attention span is not that great. So usually after like 10, 15 minutes, I'm like, whatever, I had enough. And I actually was like doing stuff and I was like, and then I looked at the time, like, holy shit, that was 57-minute video, but it was great. So I just kept watching it, you know?
When I saw
thank you.
when I saw Christopher Hitchens debate Bill Timsky in Prestonwood Baptist Church, it was so fucking off balance, right?
Yeah.
Because first of all, you have that devastating voice, coupled with the accent and the preparedness and the understanding of everything that he's going to say. And then you have Dembski, who read one of Hitchens' books, and he's trying to debate that, and he doesn't really know where he is.
and probably didn't understand 3/4 of what Hitchens had to say.
But think about it, John. You have that distinctive voice. You have presence. You have brilliance. You should be on the debate circuit.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd be good at it. I guess
I do.
Well, I
know you'd be good at it.
I know what I was going to say though, because it's different when you are doing a prepared thing versus when you're off the cuff. Now I'm a weirdo because I actually do better off the cuff than I do in prepared stuff. That's actually why of late I've been doing videos as live streams, because I was Raven's heard this story a million times, but I had a friend of mine, his son was interning for me several summers ago, and I was about to record a video, and he asked me what it was about, and then I just spewed off like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever it was, to tell him, explain. And he's like, "Wow, okay." Then I spent 45 minutes, and I did not have 2 solid minutes of recorded shit after 45 minutes, and he was in the room the whole time. And he's like, "Joe, what the hell is that? You just rattled that stuff off to me like off the cuff, like nothing. And I understood everything you said. And now you can't get, anything salient on the tape." For some reason, when I'm on, live, I guess it's the urgency, and I'm not worried about being perfect. So I can just say it.
The reason I'm saying what I'm saying is that, DarkMatter2525 has covered all. He doesn't do the science so much. But I mean, I don't do the philosophy so much. Okay. So we all have our strengths. But I mean, this is a channel that's 3 times as many subscribers that I have, has been running at least as long as I have. He's fluent. He knows, he's been doing this for so long and so well. He's got everything off the cuff. If he were challenged in an off the cuff, when it comes to the end of let's say you do your 10-minute opening presentations, both of you, and well, now it's when it's on. You've both done your 10-minute openings, and now it's the interaction between you. I can't imagine a religious apologist. Honestly, sincerely, I can't imagine a religious apologist going against DarkMatter2525. And then when it comes to the audience questions, where the audience is addressing their questions to both, whoever John is going against, fucking done.
The probably I used to debate occasionally.
Well, hold on a second, Joe, before you do.
Sure.
John?
Yeah.
Tell me I'm full of shit if I am.
I honestly don't know, because I I haven't. The last time I did a debate, it was years ago, and I felt strongly about it. Like I felt like I addressed all this guy's points very well, and he didn't seem to want to budge at the time, but he never posted the debate on his channel. So that tells me that he probably didn't feel very good about it.
I would love to see you debate a religious apologist. Somebody needs to set that up. Joe, forgive me for cutting you off on that.
No worries. But I got ambushed into a debate because what the fuck was I want to say the channel's name was Jesus Freak.
I remember that guy.
Yeah. So
Are we all old?
Oh yeah, I
we
had been in
are.
a few like live streams with him, and then he said, "Oh, we should talk someday." So one day I actually started. I guess he looked me up on Messenger. I was actually getting a call on Messenger, and I was like hanging out with Suzanne, so I didn't answer, and I came back, and then I joined the talk, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Joe, we talked about getting together and talk, so we haven't really discussed some of those things. So I want to have a discussion with you." Like, all right, fine. And then he like metaphorically steps aside, and it's Cy 10 Bruggen Kate.
Oh God.
And I'm like, you rotten motherfucker. So
when I went to Reason Rally 2012, I run into a couple of apologists who are just the dumbest people I've ever spoken to in my life. But I got one of them to agree to meet me online for a subsequent conversation. And now when we have an online debate with this guy, and I realize he's not looking at the camera ever. He's reading the notes at the bottom of his screen because he was being entirely coached the whole way through by Cy 10 Bruggen Kate.
Oh God.
So I'm debating with Cy 10 Bruggen Kate through the puppet of this other moron.
But how certain are you that you were debating with?
Well, the funny thing.
See what I mean, John? You see how good you would be at this?
That's right. Well, see, the funny thing about Cy 10 is
What's the triangle argument? Did you ever see a four-sided triangle? Wasn't that what the question he asked?
He had so many wacky things. Well, the thing was so I actually got him off script twice. So that I took that as a victory because I ran him down and when he runs out his script, he doesn't know what to do, so he shuts up. And then he just tries desperately to get back onto his script.
Right.
And I
you got to get it back.
Yeah.
And then he started doing the thing of saying that, well, if you're this, then you must believe that. I'm like, but I don't. And then I finally got to and this is what he wants. What he tries to do is get you to, if he can't beat you, he tries to get you to rage quit. So he got to the point where he kept putting words in my mouth. And I said, look, if you were going to state my position for me in opposition to my actual position, then there's no point in us having this discussion any further. But and then like Jesus, I was pissed at him for months after that, and he tried to apologize. I'm like, fuck you, dude. If you wanted to have a discussion with me, you have a discussion with me. Don't act like a puppet for somebody else, and then ambush me with some stupid dickhead. I actually got into a debate about the precept stuff with a guy who was here in Freehold, New Jersey. Much nicer guy, no smarter, but a nicer guy anyway. And he at one point, I pointed out that his argument was circular, and he's like, well, that's the strength of the argument. And I'm like, no, that's not strong. And then I forget, we go on further, and then he tried to paint what I said as a circular argument. He goes, well, that's a circular argument. I'm like, yeah, you said that was a strength 5 minutes ago. So which is it? You can't say it's a strength for you and it's a weakness for me. It's either a strength for both or a weakness for both, And then he shut up, and we just had a discussion about other topics. But
Joe, I'm sorry, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember when Professor Dave was debating what the fuck was that idiot apologist, the synthetic chemist.
Oh God.
Yeah. Anyway, James Tour. Yeah, they were debating at Rice University. And I sent a message to Dave. I'm going to be there, and moral support, all that. And I had to be belligerent to get into the room. It was so crowded.
Mhm.
We raced down there, and the place was overpacked. And they wanted to put me in the side room where we can only watch on video. We would not even be in the same room that the debate is. No, I need to be in this fucking room. And I'm glad that I was in there. If I want to hear from you, what topic would you like to debate? I want to see it. What is it?
Wow, I haven't really thought about it.
I don't want to put you on the spot,
Mhm.
but I want to see it, and I want to see it in the room.
John, if I could guess, I got a feeling you would do pretty well with the source of morality.
Mm.
I think
Yeah,
that's right up your alley.
Yep.
probably, yeah, because I mean, the religion, the whole objective morality, the
Yeah, I
has
mean,
has to
your
come from
videos.
God. It's them. It's basically just them pretending to have
Yeah.
them to have derived their morality any differently
A
than
lot of your videos said they centers on the question of morality. So it's
Yeah.
something I noticed over the years. It's one of your biggest go-tos.
Well, my favorite thing with that is when they try to say that I'm okay. Well, okay, I'm going to be a Muslim then. So he's following the Abrahamic God, right? So but there's differences between your morality and Muslim morality. So now what? And then they try to say, oh, well, that's fake religion or whatever bullshit. But it's like, well, no.
Hitchens making the argument that the sacrifice of Jesus, meek and mild, was immoral. He's the only one I ever heard make that argument. And the first time I heard him do it, I was like, oh shit. Well, there's a whole new take on that story. That's fantastic. I actually use that from time to time.
I've always wanted to ask a religious person if they would save Jesus, if they could go back in time, would they save Jesus? Like, or would they be in the crowd and just watch it happen,
That's a pretty good
knowing that,
question.
yeah, that
Well,
their salvation depends on this guy getting slaughtered.
It's like the Nuremberg question.
Yeah.
Well, I once made a video about it never made sense to me how anyone who's a Christian who believes Jesus came here with the express purpose of dying in order to basically open heaven to the rest of us, why they would be mad at Jews and why they would hate. First of all, modern Jews have nothing to do with Jews from a long time ago, but beyond that, why if they're basically helping Jesus fulfill prophecy and fulfill his mission, that death was necessary according to their own theology. So wouldn't they be the good guys? Because if Jesus doesn't die, there's no salvation.
Go one step further, Joe. I mean, 3 days later, he woke up. He didn't die.
It wasn't 3 days later. It was like a day and a half.
Right? And what kind of sacrifice is that?
Yeah, Jesus
It's a
didn't
bad
even give up
hangover.
his weekend for you.
He was probably very well rested when he got up too.
Yeah, so he went to hell for what, a day and a half, 3 days. Interpret it that way. He owns the place,
Right.
so he went to his winter home.
Well, the other
John,
thing-
he was rested.
What,
He said, Jesus, how do you feel? Great.
and I guess I didn't stop being a believer at that point, but I stopped being a Christian, if you will, was when I realized that in one of the Gospels, I don't remember which one, when Jesus cries out, my God, why have thou forsaken me? And I'm like, that doesn't sound like the words of a guy who's here on a mission. That sounds like a guy who was delusional, who thought he was on a mission, who realized, oh shit, I'm about to die. And
What about have you forsaken me? This was the plan.
Right.
What about prior to that? This is the one I love. That Jesus is supposedly God incarnate, right? So God impregnates an underage girl with himself so that she will give birth to the man who raped her.
Right.
And
but it was for a good cause, though.
But then, if that's the case, if Jesus is just God incarnate, then why is Jesus praying to somebody not himself and saying things like, take this cup away from me, not because I will it, but because you will it?
Right.
That sounds like two different people to me.
It sure does. My favorite is then the excuse they use, well, he's fully man and fully God. Like, you don't know what fully means. This does not compute. I mean, I can't be fully two different things and be the same being. It's a logical impossibility. You want to say I'm half of one and half of the other? Okay.
When did they didn't even, the Trinity was something they came up with long after Jesus.
Around 400 AD. It's way late. And I remember seeing something, I forget whose video it was, but apparently it didn't appear in any of the older versions, and then suddenly it was like inserted into one somewhere between like 400 AD, 500 AD time frame, and just stuck in there, and it's in a different and it's in a different hand, and the whole thing is like this somebody just made the shit up and stuck it in.
It was, embellished and added later too.
Yeah. Well, what I think is hilarious too is that since a lot of these scribes that wrote, they knew how to write, a lot of them didn't necessarily know how to read. So they copied everything, including mistakes. And sometimes there was something that the best I could describe it are liner notes. And they copied the liner notes too. Right. That weren't intended for copy. They were just there. Somebody put a note there for, as a reminder or whatever. And then they copied that too.
Yeah.
As one does.
Yeah. Sneaky snake.
I haven't brought a snake out this whole show, so I thought.
Yeah. I haven't brought a dog out either, but Flash came, but he weighs 39 pounds. I'm not lifting him up.
No step on snake.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of dogs that we've got as rescues that we're trying to find homes for. I really need to make a video to find some way to get a home for these dogs. I have 6 dogs in my house right now, and I can't mix them all together.
My pup, she's around here somewhere. She's actually from Texas. She was a rescue. They got her off the street.
I really wanted to come out to Minneapolis, because I wanted to see Aron, but I wanted to meet Falcor.
I brought Jormungandr to that one.
What was that?
I brought my reticulated python.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Actually, I was just thinking. Actually, Aron. I know Raven has, but Aron, Flash also. You met Flash when you were here. That was the bigger guy. He turned 15 a month ago.
Oh wow! Yeah, that's right. You were saying that the other day.
Yeah, he's well. Suzanne took him to the vet today. He has bladder stones again for the first time in like 7 years. But he said he had 4 surgeries previous. They're like, there's so much scar tissue, we really can't do it again.
Right.
So thankfully he's not obstructed. But if he gets obstructed, then that's end of the line for him.
Yeah, it was just a little over a year ago that I had a 14-year-old dog that was crying when she tried to sleep. And I knew something severely was wrong. And so we take her to the vet, and they say, well, she has this problem, and she has this problem, and she has this other problem. And we could probably deal with all of those, but then there's the cancer.
That's what took Molly. You met Molly too.
Yeah.
Molly. And it went quick. She had to have surgery because she hurt her leg. We get BarkBox, and she loves toys, and she was jumping up and down, and she hurt her leg, and she had to get surgery. And that was in February, and she was fine. And then by June, her lung capacity was down to 15%. So I don't know. She went from like perfectly healthy to like, you're going to fucking die in 4 months.
It happens that way.
Yeah.
I remember my one of my best friends told me one day that he was raised by an uncle, and that he was telling me that his uncle was this upright, standing, walking man about town kind of guy, and then he has a stroke, and then for the next 2 years, somebody's having to change his diapers and can't really communicate with the man anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. I would rather just go all the way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, that's why if I ever, if it's ever determined some point in the future that I got early stage dementia, I'm just gonna fucking take care of it myself, because I don't want to turn into a shell.
Yeah, I hear you. If there was some way that my insurance company would allow it, I would give a blowjob to my 45.
This is another thing that religion fucks up. So basically, in most states, assisted suicide is illegal, not because of any morality, just because religious people, that's against my religion. Well, I'm not forcing you to do it yourself. So, but if my beliefs say it's okay, because I don't want to be a quivering mass of pain. Like my grandfather, my mom's stepdad, he was his last year of life. He was in constant pain, multiple cancers, a whole bunch of different things. And every morning he literally prayed to God that God would let him die. And every evening he cursed God for not letting him die. That was the last like 360 days or so of his life, not quite a year. That one we went through every fucking day. But yet when Blitzen was over, when her kidneys were wrecked and she was having seizures, I was able to have somebody come to the house and let her off, give her a nice send off and give her some dignity and some peace. I'm like, well, why can't I get the same level of dignity that I can give to my dogs?
Mm-hmm.
We had to put down a dog from incurable cancer. The dog was doing everything he could to be a wonderful pet, even though he was in constant pain. And the vet explained to me that this dog is showing all the love that it can for you by maintaining as well as it can under these conditions. But there's nothing we can do. This is only going to get worse.
Right.
And so we're all there. We're all holding the dog, showing the love for the dog. We're all hugging the dog as she rolls the anesthetic on, and people don't get that.
Yeah.
They're not allowed that.
Yeah.
They have to suffer what is going to be emotionally and financially draining to their family. And the worst part of it is, and I gave a speech about this in the Caribbean when they finally picked up things after COVID. I gave this speech that I've been preparing for 3 years at that point. We talked about how the importance of death with dignity and what happens to the families when who are denied that, where every memory you have of your mother as being the person that she was to you, the important person that she was to you, is replaced with this husk of a person who can't think or talk, and you now have to change your mother's diapers.
Yeah.
For years upon years before she finally stops breathing.
Yeah.
Part of the reason
why would we have a system that would allow that to happen?
Yeah, it's not compassionate. It's immoral.
Part of the reason, I think, it's because, well, what I often hear when I hear religious people talk about it is they say miracles happen. You never know. They could be cured one day.
Yeah.
And it's like
Maria Shriver suddenly has a spasm and let's all get excited.
Oh yeah, Terry Schiavo, yeah. And then after she dies, they autopsy her and they find out her brain was literally a third the size because it atrophied so much because it wasn't functioning anymore.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah,
literally like a medulla, and that's it.
There were people when they took her feeding tube out. There were people trying to force their way in with a sandwich. Like they have no clue what's going on. Like she can't chew. What are you doing?
Jesus Christ.
Sandwich. What the hell?
That's insane. Yeah,
My
I
own
mean,
mother right now has to be fed with a tube through her stomach.
yeah.
And she's still conscious and can communicate and everything.
Mm.
But I know people who have had to take care of their mother for 6 years after the last time that she spoke an intelligible sentence.
Yeah. My friend John, his mother started, she showed signs of dementia in her early 40s. And so she basically went dark. I think I want to say she was 43 because it lasted about 2 years. She was like driving, she literally drove through the garage door twice. And eventually she had to be hospitalized. And about the time she was 43, 44, from that point, she's still alive in her late 70s. Her husband died a decade ago. She has no fucking idea. She doesn't know who she is or where she is. My mother was in the same facility at one point. My mother was on, for some stupid reason, because she was a long-term resident, she was on the same floor. And I asked the facility, like, well, she's got to be with people that are in a vegetative state, can at least be with somebody that she knows, but they wouldn't do that. But yeah, it's sick. And so the family has to go, they're going to visit her with, her husk. And like, where's the fucking compassion of that? Where's the love there? It's nothing. She's gone. She's long gone.
And with dementia, there's other aspects of that. I remember reading the story about this guy that this woman comes to visit him, and he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know who she is and everything. But he starts flirting with her because he's thinking, he's an 80 some odd year old man, but he's thinking he's his 20 or 30-year-old self.
Right.
And he doesn't know that he's hitting on his own daughter.
Oh, Jesus. When if you remember back when the ACA was still being debated, and then when the whole the furor over death panel,
not the atheist community of Austin.
right. So and so one person who was a friend of mine at the time was a religious person, to show you like the misinformation that this is purposely put out there. So he's like, "Oh, Joe, I saw the thing," and they have this thing about, well, I don't want to be a burden to my family, and it's basically trying to make it out like, well, we're just trying to off grandma so we can get rid of her and not have to deal with her. And I actually went and found the document. By the way, it's the exact same document we were already giving to soldiers, people in the all the armed forces. So it's not like this was some new document that was being created. And I saw that question. What they did was that was the first option for your choice, but they also happened to conveniently left out with a part where on the other extreme was, I want my religious leader to make the decision for me. So you can literally have my pastor, my priest, whoever can decide what to do with me. So it was literally everything from like, hey, let me get the fuck out of here, and I don't want to be a burden, to let my religious leader decide. So there was none of this, and basically what the whole panels were that they were calling death panels. It wasn't to hey, you didn't execute grandma. What they were basically doing was like saying, okay, the people that were treated in their end of life care, did you follow their wishes? That's what it was about. If they put item B, whatever item B was, did you do that? If you didn't, then the doctors were in trouble for not following the person's wishes. But they turned it into, they're just going to decide off grandma. And then of course COVID came, and they're like, grandma is perfectly happy to die when
It's gonna go there.
Yeah. Go to the mall.
Yeah. Or nowadays where the fucking Doge thing cut off people's necessary medications.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's basically death panels too, only far less with far less foresight. Just cutting everything.
Of Doge and cuts and stuff. Next couple of weeks we're going to start seeing supermarket shelves start to empty.
That's what I hear. the tariffs. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because a lot of shippers are just like, fuck it, because basically the shipper either has to pay it themselves. Well, they have to pay it, but they either have to soak it or they have to pass this price on. They're like, fuck it, I'm not doing either one.
That's the thing that mystifies me most about where we are. I always wondered how Germany ever elected somebody that was so fantastically stupid and so obviously hateful and deranged.
Do you still wonder?
No, I'm still wondering how we did it. How is it that anybody could listen to this man for 5 minutes and not realize, one, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
And he's lying. Now, how do
So
you know?
I've actually
three of those.
I figured it out. They don't care. They want to own the libs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hates everybody that they hate.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all comes down to it's that simple. Just like, because you think about it, what did the Hitler and his cronies do, right? Like, well, so Germany's wrecked after World War I, due to sanctions and all this kind of stuff. So people are pissed off, they're hurt, and their pride, not only they're physically hurt, but their pride's hurt. And he says, well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you proud again to be German. And you know why we're bad? It's not because we did some bad shit, that last war. These people among our midst, they're right here. There are people that are supposedly with us that are undermining us, and they're why you're poor. They're why you're hungry. They're why we have an inflation rate of like 1,002%.
So Hitler had the Jews. Trump has the trans
and immigrants.
Yeah. And anybody
well,
who
immigrants are
supports
the
them.
perpetual.
Yeah.
Immigrants are the perpetual enemy. You could always rely on them. But the big bad is the trans people.
Yeah, and actually Hitler had trans too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the same playbook. It's
So
They did
bizarre.
burn down the gender clinic.
It's so bizarre. What did you do, Raven?
You know what? It's
What
not
are you
what I
guilty
did.
of?
No, it's not what I did. It's what I'm gonna do. They know.
well, what gets me is I've gotten in arguments with people who have last names like Rodriguez and Gonzalez,
Yep.
who voted for him, and they're like, well, my ancestors came here legally. I'm like, yeah, your ancestors came when there were literally no immigration laws whatsoever. So showing up legally was just showing the fuck up. And like, you understand that most of the immigration laws that were ever passed were racist. The very first one was the Chinese Exclusion Act, because we're like, oh, we get too many of these weird people from the Far East. They eat weird food that we don't understand.
So I actually used a line from Aron Ra. Actually, I used a line that he uses in religious discussions. I used it on the immigration issue for people talking about the folks sent to El Salvador that were, here legally. What's the guy's name? Abrego?
Yeah.
Garcia.
So people are just like, oh yeah, well, he's a criminal. It's like, you don't know that. There was no due process. If you can't show it, you don't know it. Sorry, it's that simple.
Well,
Yeah.
he had MS-13 photoshopped onto his hand.
Well, and I'm not surprised at people, because I remember years ago, someplace I worked, and one of the office people, she said to me that she felt that, if you killed somebody, and if we were sure that you shouldn't even need a trial, she'd just be able to execute them. Like, well, how do you know? That's the whole point of the trial. That's
the whole point.
Sometimes you just know. Like, no, you don't. You have to get evidence, present evidence, and then weigh the evidence.
You have to show
Sometimes
it.
you just know. Isn't that how Bill Cosby became America's dad?
Yeah.
And Rudy Giuliani became America's mayor?
Yeah. I mean, and it's like, and the thing is, of course, the people who say this is like, you don't see a problem because you don't think it'll ever affect you. That's why I find it amazing, like the people who voted for Trump, where they actually are being either directly affected or relatives of they're being affected. I'm like, yeah, you thought it was cool because you thought it was going to be somebody else. So I've seen all these people and they're asking for compassion. Like, whoa, where's the liberal compassion? I'm like, the thing is, look, there were some people who legit realized, like, I totally, and they'll say, I fucked up. I didn't think it would be like this. Fine. Okay, you took you too long to get there, but you got there. But there's other people that are literally like, well, he should be doing it, just not to me. Like, well, you didn't learn a goddamn thing. You don't get absolution.
The leopards don't care which faces they eat.
That's right. And like I've told many believers who are doing bad shit. Like the one thing I kept from I remembered from my religious upbringing was that you can't get absolution if you're still committing the sin.
I was wearing 2 days ago. I was wearing a shirt that with a face of a leopard on it, and the caption, "I didn't think the leopard would eat my face."
Mm. Well, what I do now when I share these stories of people like freaking out because it's affecting them, I my caption now is leopards continue to feast heartily.
But there was I went to a grocery store wearing this T-shirt, and then there was at least one guy, a black guy, who said, "I like your shirt." I'm like, yeah, we're not all oblivious.
Well, what's funny is there were some black people who bought into the bullshit, his bullshit, and I'm like, he was president once before. He fucked you over last time. Why do you think it's be better this time? But what's great is I love watching black people like turn out these people that basically sold us out, because they're like, oh, it's hurting us, and we're like, yeah, no, we pulled your black card. You don't get to get back in. I made a video years ago to Stacey Dash. I actually tagged her on Twitter because it was when she was talking about Black History Month and how, oh, that's racist and all this bullshit. So I did a video about, here's the history. Here's actually why we have Black History Month. And then I also explained, look, I wish we didn't need it. Black History Month isn't what we wanted. It's what we could get. But if we don't have Black History Month, they'll never teach the accomplishments of black people in this country ever, because they don't want to, right? You like the fucking guy from Missouri, the senator, I forget his name, who said, well, he actually said, well, maybe black people didn't accomplish anything. Like, what?
Yeah.
So
and
that with Black History Month, right? So imagine if we didn't have it, what people would believe. But I told her at the time, I'm like, Stacey, and it's at the end of the video, I was like, remember this. You are, over there, you think they like you. They don't. You are useful to their narrative. And when they were done with you, they will turn you out. And then like 2 years later, it happened. And then I tagged her on Twitter again. And I'm like, remember when I told you? Because she was coming back and, oh, I want to be black again. And we're like, no, sorry, hon, you're gone.
Blair White is the same exact thing. She carried water. She still does for Trump and Republicans, and she's makes all of these really horrible videos, just sucking Cheeto dick. And it's like now there's this basically all out attack on trans rights and trans people, and she's just like, yeah, I'm still with the right wing, and it's just like, you know what? If it came to it, you're going into the gas chamber too.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I love to tell people is like, when the time comes when they're no longer useful for you, you're useful to them, you'll be up against the wall with the rest of us.
Yeah.
You're muted, Aron.
This is one of the problems I have with my family and a lot of my peers. Like I said, I look just like my brothers, but we have never had a similar thought between us. I feel really estranged about this, because when I was a little kid, when they came up with the ability to do a transsexual operation, whatever, they can actually turn somebody who's born a man into a woman, and vice versa. I remember thinking, well, that's cool. They have this technology, and that means that people who feel I didn't think of the word dysphoria because I didn't know it, but the people who don't feel like that they developed the way that they're supposed to can correct that. Okay, that's great. We have that technology. So I'm thinking what Star Trek terms or something.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is it's not just a new thing, this hatred of trans people. I mean, it was in the early 70s. I'm listening to all this incredible hate over someone being born classified as a boy becomes a girl and vice versa. Why the fuck is there all this hate?
Yeah, it's nothing to anybody, right? It doesn't hurt me in the slightest.
And what is the percentage of the population that goes through this?
It's like
right?
less than 0.2%.
Is it less than 1%?
Less than
Yeah.
0.2%.
Okay.
We're talking about a minuscule number of people. Sometimes
So
I feel
why
like
is it got to be the top campaign, the top political argument?
So apparently, so in 1952, the first American to have gender reassignment surgery was Christina Jorgensen, who was a veteran. She was a war hero, and she had it done in, I guess, the Netherlands. She had it done in 1952. When she came home, it kind of made her a bit of a celebrity. I don't know how much hate she got, but she got a lot of positive press. She did a lot of TV shows. She did a lot of speaking, and she had a small amount of fame. Somewhere between 1952 and the 1970s, it all went to shit, and trans people were the enemy.
Well, I remember seeing
it relaxed in the 80s, and now it went back down.
I remember seeing I want to say it's the movie Dog Day Afternoon. It's like about the real events that were led to that movie. And apparently the guy who robbed the bank was robbing it so that his trans girlfriend could get surgery. And then so at first people were like, oh, like Robin Hood. And then when they realized it was trans, all of a sudden they freaked the fuck out. And that was one of the things that actually got people to hate on, to increase their hatred toward, that's what really amped it up. Because it was like, because they can't, because it's weird, because it wasn't the trans woman who committed the robbery anyway, right? It was her boyfriend. But once people learned it was trans, all of a sudden that they went batshit.
Was it
1981? There was the James Bond film. I think it was A View to a Kill. I think.
Yeah.
And one of the Bond girls in that movie was Caroline Cozy, a trans woman. She was the first and I think only trans Bond girl, and she also posed for Playboy. She was the first trans woman to pose for Playboy. And she actually had to leave acting because when it came out that she was trans, she had to deal with a lot of hatred.
Wow.
That's the thing that I don't. Why don't people recognize? Okay, there's a medical aptitude that we've achieved. Why isn't that the thought? Why are people so bent out of shape over this? Especially when you consider the fact that you talk about trans people being in the bathroom molesting your children, when Republican senators are more likely to molest your children in the bathroom than trans people.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that gets me is when they're so fixed, there's two genders. I'm like, well, first off, you're scientifically wrong, but so just that.
Tell that to Dawkins.
Just because you don't know, the science well enough. But the other thing too, that I try to point out to people is like, in utero, when we were just past being a blastocyst, we are all female. Every one of us started out as a female. All of us. That means at some point, roughly half of us, our anatomy changed to present male. So especially if it's a guy I'm talking to, you were a female at one point. So lump it, And so it made sense. And then once I learned that, I'm like, well, of course it makes sense that if you were one, and that's probably I think why. At least, and I could be wrong, but it seems that I see more female, male to female than female to male. that if we were, us being all female, that okay, so the body changed, but whatever makes our brain work the way it does didn't, and so you get into this body and you're like, this doesn't fit. I don't get this one.
And then there's
And-
other things where there's other situations where you can think that you're female until you get to a late stage puberty and develop a penis.
Yeah.
You never knew. But people are going to be bent out of shape over that too.
Well, they make the arguments about genetics and DNA, and it's just like, okay, do you know what your chromosomes are? And
Probably don't.
and people, of course I do. I know that I'm XX or XY. So you don't know that. You don't know that because
Right. Yeah, the odds may be in favor of that.
You can be tested and find out, but 99%.
Wouldn't it be funny if they just automatically did testing on everybody?
Right?
If
And
people would
find out
realize
how many people
there's
are
not
wrong.
just two options.
Yeah.
Well, also when the people try to do that, not only will they say there's only two genders, they try to say there's only two anatomical sexes. I'm like, okay, explain intersex people.
Yeah.
Raven, this is not my topic, so I'm not very familiar with it, but rather than just say that there's not just two chromosomal sexes, people would make the assumption perhaps that if I'm going to go beyond that there must be three, that there's an intersex. But how many are there actually? Isn't it something like
7.
5 or 6?
I think it's I think it's 7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because most of us have two sex chromosomes. A number of us have 3, and you can have all sorts of combinations thereof.
There's
technically that would be 9, but 2 of them don't express, so it comes out to be 7.
And then there's the vanishing Y.
Right.
So, yeah.
John, I don't mean to make you feel neglected here. You're clearly the biggest name on this roster, and we haven't hardly heard from you.
I can't get a word in edgewise with you, chatty Cathys.
Well, you're not wrong.
So we see a lot of extreme hatred right now for trans people. Like there's always, like Jesus said, there will always be poor. Well, there will always be hatred for trans people. It's really extreme right now. And the last time we saw it this extreme was World War II. So the reason that the hatred I think exists at all, other than people just not understanding and people hating what they don't understand, the other reason is political expedience. It was true in World War II, and it's true again now. So Donald Trump had decided he could use trans people as a foil. He could use trans people as an enemy. He can direct all of his dumb shit-kicking followers to hate on me, to be afraid of me, and it'll help him get what he wants politically. And
it's
it is proven to be correct.
They're uniting under they needed a common enemy to unite against.
Right.
And
I mean,
like there was
the number of. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it was Kentucky where they passed a law that affected like one trans athlete in the whole state.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's a level of hysteria.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to make a comment that Bob McDermott, we are reading your comments.
Yes.
The other thing too, like because you need them, they need a minority, and then the less political power that minority has, the easier it is to pick on them, right?
And what they do is, you take that minority, that misunderstood minority, and you make them to a threat against your children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I am a parent. I will burn down cities to protect my kids, as most parents would. So you tell them, hey, that slightly funny looking girl over there, Yeah, she wants to get your daughter in the bathroom.
Now, meanwhile,
I don't have to worry about that because my kids are dangerous.
and see now, so meanwhile, so you'll burn down cities to protect your kids. I don't have any kids of my own, so I'll just do it for fun.
So I mean,
No, you know what's the reason for me? Here's the real reason for me. This is the reason for me because this is what they think. White women.
yeah.
Where are the white women at?
Yeah. Well, mine is in the bedroom. She's reading the book.
But yeah, that's exactly what they did with like the satanic panic too. Like they're going after your kids.
They're coming after your kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's the
right.
fact that like the number of trans people that have molested children in public bathrooms is like nothing compared to Republican senators. There's actually
Clergymen.
a history of that, and clergy. I mean, like the most horrific example of a demographic that is dangerous to your child would be clergy, because they're doing it under the eyes of God in God's house in between the pews, and God watches.
There was a guy
Presumably masturbating. I have no idea.
There was a guy about a month ago that he was a MAGA anti-trans guy and spouting all the usual bullshit. And then he got tagged for molesting children. Like the projection is strong with them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're up to about 25 to 30 Republicans this year alone that have been caught molesting children.
Yeah.
And many of them are in Trump's orbit.
And a lot of them are vocal about the cause of being anti-trans, anti-pedo, all that, because that's what they're doing, and they wanted to make it look like they're as far from that as possible.
Every accusation is a confession. Well, here's something.
3 or 4 years ago that I remember reading this, but there was one Republican senator who was charged with molesting a 4-year-old, but he had a valid excuse. He said she initiated it.
Yeah, and the judge let him off with a very light sentence because he's a good Christian man. Which that's a good Christian man. I'm glad I'm not one. Yeah. I did the math, so I went and looked it up. So now the number of trans people, the percentage, it varies, but like depending on which set of numbers you believe, there's anywhere between 680,000 and 2 million trans people in the whole country, which sounds like a lot until you realize that's somewhere between 0.2 and 0.6% of the population.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, well, and the thing is, like, people like J.K. Rowling, she acts like trans women stole something from her. Because she's actually said, well, I can't call myself a woman now. I'm like, no, you can. That's the whole fucking point. Anybody can if that's what their gender identity is. So that's your gender identity. Or my favorite is the people will say, I don't use pronouns, and then they will proceed to use pronouns to refer to other people. And like, hey, dickhead, do you know what a fucking pronoun is?
I don't use pronouns, and neither did Jesus.
Or they'll say that they is only plural, and then they'll refer to a singular unknown person, and they'll use they. I'm like, you just did it, you shithead. You just proved yourself wrong.
That's how you know that, number one, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and number two, that it was politics that put them on that path.
Yeah.
I mean,
brains.
because they're getting that from the media.
Yeah.
You got to remember, in March of last year, Tucker Carlson had advised people that they need to take up arms against trans people.
That's insane. Did you hear about that one hotel in Boston where my wife briefly told me about it, so I don't know a lot of details. She said that a cis woman was kicked out because she refused to prove that she's a woman. She was going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And they tried to make her prove that she's a woman.
Yeah. And their reasoning was
it was a very masculine looking lesbian.
Right.
Yes.
So I can see somebody's confusion there. But when you want to make laws requiring that you go to the bathroom that's on your driver's license, what's their bullshit excuse then?
Right. Because that's what's there. Well, my favorite is the one, it's the law of unintended consequences, where they want to pass laws in certain states where you have to use the name that's on your birth certificate. But I'm like, well, that means every married woman would have to only go by her birth name then.
Yeah,
And
well,
not,
it's
and not take her husband's name.
the vote safe laws or whatever. It's for
Yeah,
voting.
yeah.
It's for voting, which means married women would no longer be able to vote.
And I'm sure that was intended, right?
I was
Indeed.
going to say, I don't know if that's an unintended consequence.
Fair,
No,
fair.
it was intended.
Mm.
I remember reading from some senator that they want to repeal the 19th Amendment. I forget which they wanted to do two of them. They wanted to just
Probably the 14th Amendment, because that's the one with equal protection under the law and all that stuff.
Yeah, so they don't want women to have the vote.
Yeah. Now, yeah, that's the 19th Amendment.
Yeah.
And then I will say that's like all the women who didn't come out to vote in November because they couldn't be arsed, and like, no, we were serious. They want to come for your fucking vote. If you give it up, and that's why when people, it makes me incensed when people who don't really participate in the political process, and they'll say, well, it doesn't matter. No, you've rendered yourself irrelevant. No one else did that to you. You did that to yourself. And that the biggest constituency in the last presidential election was, I don't give a fuck. 39% didn't give a fuck. It's at home.
By the way,
Recently?
Joe, I can tell that you watched the special from Aisling B because you said you can't be arsed.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I just love that expression. It's it definitely
So
yeah.
AG Pam Bondi apparently just recently was on TV talking to Trump, explaining how they could take guns away from people who haven't broken any laws just by proclaiming that they are ineligible to have a gun. So the people who voted to protect their gun rights, well, guess not.
Well, of course, they're going to be very selective about who they declare. Well, I said years ago, as much as I'm anti-gun, I'm like liberals. Time to fucking arm yourselves, because
Arm yourself.
we may need to.
Well, where are all these people who wanted to defend everybody from government overreach? Where the fuck are they?
I know, right? They're busy cheering their Führer.
They're waving their "Don't tread on me" flags while they're getting tread on.
Well, I don't have any guns, but I do have a battle axe, a war hammer, and Suzanne's got a rondelle dagger. So, so if somebody does come in, I can take care of them real personal like.
Real personal like.
Yeah. I don't know, Joe, why you have such ridiculous things in your house.
You got a boar spear. Nice. Yeah, so I had gotten the battle axe previously. I bought it for myself. There's this guy in somewhere, one of the Scandinavian countries, Thor's Forge, and it's a replica of an actual Dane axe, two-handed Dane axe. So I got that, and then for Christmas, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, I got Suzanne the rondelle dagger, and she got me the warhammer.
Speaking of that, Aron, did I hear you say your python's name is Jormungandr?
Yes.
So our motto now is the family that slays, the couple that slays together stays together.
So what is the significance of Jormungandr? What is this that I don't know?
Oh yeah, it's mythology.
Yep. From Viking mythology, Jormungandr was a child of Loki who will eventually eat the world.
Hungry.
And out of all of my snakes, Jormungandr was, when I got this retic, a mainland Malayan reticulated python, it was clear that he was going to be my biggest snake soon. And within a year, he outgrew everybody. So he's bigger than my boa constrictor now. He's over 10 feet at about 20 pounds at 2 years old. So people who breed these tell me that I can expect that. And remember that I'm 62, that 20 years from now, he will be 18 feet and weigh more than my heaviest dog.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what's wild, you're just saying you're 62, and I when I first came to the YouTube atheist community, it's like 2008, 2009 time frame, and it's like, holy shit, we were a lot younger.
I was barely 40 when I started doing this. I think I was still in my 30s when I started doing this. It was half my life ago.
Yeah, because it was what, 2004 when you did the your first video for foundational falsehoods.
I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found you early. I found John early, but although I remember, I don't remember why, but I remember the very first atheist video I found was actually Richard Coughlin, and that was that poem he did, "Atheism Is."
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, I do not remember why I went looking for it, but I think I don't know what it was. I think something in my head is saying like, yeah, I just can't believe this shit anymore, and I typed in atheism, and that came up, and then very rapidly found everybody's channels and.
Was Thunderfoot's video. I don't remember which one it was. And then the second one was Foundational Falsehoods. And it was, Aaron got me hooked. I was just like, oh, this is cool. I like this. This guy's speaking my language.
Well, thank you very much for that.
I mean, I didn't know any atheists. So,
see, it's funny because shortly after I discovered, the atheist experience, and I started seeing clips and everything, and I always remember, like, and again, I realize now I was already an atheist, but I hadn't acknowledged it to myself, or I hadn't allowed myself to go there. You teasing me? So Matt, somebody would call in, they'd say some stupid biblical shit, and then Matt would say, well, the Bible actually says that. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. And I went and got the Bible and looking like, holy shit, it does. And that went on for a few months, and I'm just like, yeah. And I, in retrospect, looking back now, the religious guy I was telling about before that I was friends with, there was a period there where he felt he was an atheist. And what's funny about it is that he was actually the type of atheist that religious people think we all are, some disaffected believer who something bad happened in their life. And so he had a relative who was a drug addict, and he prayed for that person, and they didn't get better and they died. And so he became the disaffected believer. And he was here at my house, and he was arguing with me that even though he didn't believe in a God, he felt we needed religion so we would have a moral code. And I was arguing even though I was nominally still in my head a believer, and I was arguing the opposite. Like, no, we can derive moral systems. And I talked about Mill and Kant and all these people. And so here I am, supposedly the believer, saying, no, we don't need religion to do that. We can figure this shit out on ourselves. And I realized at that point, I really didn't believe anymore, because that was around the same time I realized, like, well, why is Jesus, crying out to God, like, why have thou forsaken me, if he was divine, right?
So in Wayne, right on Route 46, right where 46, 23, and 80 meet,
Yeah,
right by the Willowbrook Mall. There's the Spaghetti Bowl there. There was a place there called Fountains of Wayne. I don't know if you've heard of it. It was on an episode of The Sopranos once. Anyway, Christmas time, they had a walk through, like, animatronics display. Right? It was kind of like It's a Small World kind of a thing. And when you get to the end, they hand everybody a Bible. It's like one of the Gideon Bibles kind of a thing. And so I remember going through there as a kid and I was probably 12, and I got my Bible at the end. And we're in the car on the way home, and I am reading the Bible. And I remember thinking, this is just nonsense. So,
well, my experience at the Willowbrook Mall was a little different, because, basically, as you well know, not a lot of dark people in the Willowbrook Mall, at least back then, anyway. And a friend of mine worked there, and he always wanted me to go to that mall because he worked there. And the instant I would walk in, a store detective would be on my ass forever. And then I was telling another friend about this earlier tonight. And then he wanted to go to all the malls that were owned by the same corporation. So we were in Baltimore, and like Chris Rock said, every big city has two malls. There's the mall and the mall that white people used to go to. And it turned out the one he wanted to go to was the mall white people used to go to. And he was literally the only white person to be found in the whole. We're driving to the parking lot looking for a parking space, and he got really, really uneasy because everyone was staring at him. And he expressed this to me, that he felt awkward that everybody was looking at him, and I just leaned over and said, "Welcome to my world." I said, "What do you think happens when we go to Willowbrook Mall?"
I had the same experience in Johannesburg, which, by the way, is the scariest city I've ever been to. Johannesburg, quite different from rural areas in South Africa. Johannesburg is, every house is surrounded by a wall with high bars and spikes across the top and cyclone fencing and all of that shit. Every house looks like a prison facility in the front yard. You cannot walk up to anybody's front door and knock on it. Wow. Nobody in the whole city. It's fucking scary. But they put me in the one like walkable area during the day. They said at night, stay locked down. But I'm out wandering around. It was a nice place that they put me in. And so there's a mall a couple blocks from the bed and breakfast that they put me up in. And so I walk down there, but it's an all black mall. I am the only white guy in like the last decade that has walked in this mall. And people are staring at me. Like, I'm American. I don't know what the fuck. But it was interesting. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being in an area that was predominantly black, and not when I say predominantly, I mean exclusively.
Yeah, you were the white neighborhood. Wherever you went was the white neighborhood.
I'm the token white guy in this whole place. Anyway,
yeah, someone's sex and
yeah, I am going to have to bail because I've got a show in 12 hours. And I've got other shit I've got to do.
Yeah, I got a game run.
I am really glad you came. This was cool.
Yeah.
This was very cool.
Wish I could have heard a little bit more from John.
Yeah.
Right?
But you know how shy he is.
Who has not all these years later accepted my friend request on Facebook.
I can honestly say it's been years since I opened Facebook.
Fair enough.
So don't feel bad. You're not alone, probably.
I contacted him through Discord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been on tonight. I feel like I was lucky to get him.
Yeah, but and it was lucky I saw you on Discord because I usually don't check that either. But I just happened to see it. So
my name is not TJ's. What was that?
What, John? Would you mind putting in the private chat? What is the best way to reach you?
Open your window and yell.
Probably.
Open John's window and yell.
Carrier pigeon. I get. You know what? I guess. I try to stay off Twitter these days, but I guess Twitter DMs would be the.
Are you on Blue Sky at all?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that
Well, put an address in the private chat.
I'll do the Blue Sky one because I've been trying to stay off Twitter because that place just pisses me off to no end.
I deleted my Twitter account.
Can I confess something? There was a time just a few years ago when I liked Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was a nerdy genius who started all these companies, who invented all these things, and was this progressive maverick who was going to force the fossil fuel industry to accept the power of electric cars. Yeah, I bought into all that shit.
I thankfully did not fall. Well, I'm an engineer, right? So like when he would say shit, I'm like, this motherfucker didn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Well, and in general, futurists in general are full of shit. I mean, like, because again, if you're actually an engineer, you call no actual engineer calls themselves a futurist. A future it's kind of like being a Disney Imagineer. It's like, well, I want to make myself out to be an engineer, but I can't legally call myself an engineer because I don't have an engineering degree, so I'm an Imagineer, and it's just it's just and the worst of it is with him is most of his ideas weren't even the ones that he's put forward he didn't even come up with those, not even the bad ones, like he just stole ideas. But when I realized early on, because the Hyperloop, so I've worked with vacuum systems before, so I know what kind of energy is required to create and maintain a vacuum. So when he starts talking about putting a train in a vacuum tube, and I'm thinking of and one of the things I've done in my job is, in addition to doing controls and automation, is I've had to do safety evaluations. And I'm sitting there thinking, you're putting people in a vacuum vessel where if there's a rupture, everyone's going to asphyxiate in a matter of seconds. And the amount of energy, whatever energy you'd save from the lack of air friction, you more than make up for, because you have to create a tube that's under vacuum but has to be open at the ends. I mean, and even if you have an airlock system, you still have to open it to allow the train in, which means you're going to leak a lot of air in, and you have to recreate the vacuum. And I'm just I'm just doing like a quick number in my head. I'm like, this is crazy. This is just not, you're not going to save anything at all, and you have massive potential safety problems. You couldn't have, and that's why his thing was only like one car, because you couldn't have adjoining cars, because you'd have to have a joint that moved but somehow was hermetically sealed, and there's a failure point there. And I'm just going up and down looking at all the points of failure, and I'm just thinking, this is a bad idea. I mean, this is worse than using a Logitech joystick to drive a fucking submarine.
Yeah, John, while I appreciate the link, I'm noticing that your last post was like a month ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not letting go, John.
What was that?
Letting go. He's going to keep riding it. So how do we get a hold of you? Where are you active, and when can you debate someone?
Well, that's not what I'm doing here. But I mean, if I'm going to reach out to somebody, I would rather a better than 24-day response time.
I was really surprised that he answered me so quickly. Because like I said, my name's not TJ or Coctopus.
Yeah. He's usually the only one I'm on Discord with.
Yeah, I know. I know. So when you answered me, I was like, yes.
Yeah, I'm not on Discord except when I absolutely have to be.
Yeah, I can't stand
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I have it. I actually have my own server on there, but I don't use it.
And Skype is gone now, and I'm very upset.
Is it?
Yeah, Skype terminated it as of May 1st. So they pushed you off to a free version of Teams, which I despise. Teams.
Huh. I didn't know.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to push it, John. Yeah, but I'm on Facebook every day. I'm on Blue Sky every day.
What is your Blue Sky? Because I checked for Aron Ra, but I didn't see you on there.
Okay. I'm going to have to Google it myself.
I got you. I got it here.
Where?
Somehow I wasn't following you, Aron. I don't know how that was. There you go.
Oh, okay. There's a hyphen there. All right, because I have to follow you, and then
yeah, I'm following you now.
Okay, yeah, I'm following you now. Yeah, so
okay,
then
brilliant. All right, I've got to go. Got things to do quickly before I got to crash because I got to start up a show in the morning. And then I'm as soon as that show is done, I have to do another show for on the line for a charity telethon thing. So my whole day, I'm going to be doing this.
If I end up doing Managed Mayhem Charity again, I will hunt you down. You too, John. And you know, maybe we can make that work.
Yep.
If I do it. So many obstacles, but we'll see.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, and even if you don't necessarily have to do 24 hours either, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I know. But
And
I mean,
also,
that's-
if you do it, there's a chance you might get deported to South America. So you know.
Well, and I'm brown enough that they would definitely go after me.
Yeah.
well, I've already said I'm no longer going to make jokes that you're Mexican. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's one of the few, and in fact, it's funny. Hispanic is one of the few things I'm not. You know, I always joke like I am the world, I am the children. Because I mean, I actually, thanks to DNA, it laid truth to many family stories. Because we were always believed that there was a belief that we were Roma, at least part. And my mom's DNA, what shows up, it shows up and disappears. So it's something that's like a 0.5% or less, but we get something Middle Eastern, or lately shows up as Bengali Indian, which makes sense because the Roma people started out in India and they basically, interbred with everybody all the way till they got to Europe. But at their heart, they're East Asian people. They're Indian, basically Indian people. And I have a picture. I found a picture of my Roma great great grandfather, and you could see it. You could definitely see it in his face. So my wife was teasing me because I'm black, I'm Irish, I'm Jewish, and I'm Roma. And she's like, you went for like the oppression, quadfecta.
You're still gonna go to South America. It doesn't matter.
Like, I don't even speak Spanish that well.
Yeah. All right, folks, I gotta go.
Bye, Aron.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
What'd you say, Raven?
So it was
Yes.
fun. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
conversationalist.
Yeah, it's fun talking to him.
Yeah, you should take some tips, John.
Yeah.
Oh,
As long as
Hey,
you're
you know
talking
what?
about
it could have been worse. I could have made bald jokes, and you know what? That's TJ's thing. I'm not gonna do it.
Actually, John, one of my favorite videos you ever did was actually fairly short. It was when Richie had to change his channel name because people in his school found out, and you did this really beautiful video about what he was up against and everything, and that always stuck out in my mind.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was before anybody used the word cancel. And they like to pretend like these damn leftists are canceling everyone. They like to pretend like leftists invented that.
Yeah.
It's like you have no idea, man. That's just a way of life for people that all throughout the 20th century, basically,
Right.
who wasn't straight white Christian man, you were going to get canceled. You're staying in the closet, or you're getting fired, or ostracized.
And they're trying to erase you from history. And
Yeah.
I'm like Tulsa. Tulsa was a real big canceling. Hey, so they're like, black people can't accomplish anything, then black people accomplish something. Oh, we got to stop that. We got to stop those darkies. They're all rich and stuff.
Yeah.
And actually, that happened. Not Tulsa, but that kind of thing happened in my own family. One of my great uncles was a businessman. He was successful, and he used to give credit to other black people and everything. So they didn't like that, and so first they had him declared mentally incompetent and put him in an institution, and then they murdered him.
Jeez.
Yeah. And that same friend I was talking about, well, ex-friend now that I was talking about before, he's a history teacher, and he was like trying to carry water for all sorts of stuff. He was just like, well, the people that kept slaves, people that did, basically his thing is, well, humans have been horrible to each other forever, so let's not pick and choose. And I'm like, yeah, but we can still, and he's like, don't judge them. I'm like, no, we absolutely can judge them. And his thing was like, well, they're just trying to survive. I'm like, yeah, but if you're trying to survive and be rich on the back of other people who you helped steal from another land. And then he tried to do the thing of, well, we don't know what we would have been like at the time. I'm like, yeah, I do. I would be a slave. He's like, you don't know that. I'm like, no, I do, because I actually know the names of some of my formerly enslaved ancestors. I got pictures of 2 of them, and I actually know the name of the family who owned my family, because my father and other aunts and uncles share that name, and I share DNA with 2 white women that are descended from him. So I'm like, no, I know exactly where the fuck I would be. So don't fucking tell me, because this is personal for me now, right? This is not just the abstract of like, well, most of us know we came from an enslaved background. Like, no, I got pictures, motherfucker. I got pictures.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that kind of moved us away from being friends. I'm like, why are you trying to carry water for this? And especially because we got into an argument about Jefferson, and I'm like, Jefferson, you can't tell me Jefferson didn't know. He himself wrote that it was a hideous blot and it was like this terrible thing, but he did it anyway because he didn't want to lose his financial status.
Right.
So you can't excuse him. He didn't excuse him. But they just have to hold on, and like that's why my favorite epic rap battles of history was Jefferson versus Frederick Douglass. And like the last line is like, you did a lot. I'm not denying your fame, but they need to put an asterisk next to your name.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell people, I say, there's no blame. Like people talk about like guilt tripping and all that. And I say, no, there's no blame unless you try to defend it, unless you try to make excuses. Then there's some blame. Then you are to blame for some things.
That's right. Yeah, because now you become an accomplice after the fact.
Yeah, and also you're creating justifications that can be used.
That's right.
For the future.
I haven't made the video yet, but I actually want to make a video about white guilt, because they always say that liberals are white. It's white guilt, that you just feel bad about stuff that you had nothing to do with. And I'm like, no. It's like you said, it's the people that are uncomfortable having the conversation that have the guilt.
Yeah.
Because people who are free to talk about it, they don't. It's just like I was at Women of Color Beyond Belief 2 years in a row, and in I don't forget it was the first time or second time, it was 2021 and 2022. And I said, look, I've come a long way. I'm not going to say that I have no sexist relics left in my head, because that's up for other people to evaluate. But I realized at a certain point in my life that I had sexist ideas that I was indoctrinated with. I didn't put those ideas there. Other people did. So I don't feel responsible for them. But if I hold on to them, then I am responsible for them. So all I can do is, I can't change who I was then, but I can be a better person today than I was yesterday, and a better person tomorrow than I am today. And so that's why it's easy for me to discuss it, because I don't feel guilt. I just feel like, okay, I had these ideas. I got rid of those ideas to the best of my ability. And if somebody tells me that I still harbor some sort of latent thing that I'm not aware about, instead of getting defensive, I try to stop and say, okay, and be introspective and say, well, do they have a point? Are they pointing out something that I didn't realize?
Where's that coming from?
Right.
Yeah, where's that coming from? John recently, I don't know actually how recent the video was. I know I watched it fairly recently. It was how or when he stopped being anti-SJW.
Yes, that was the video. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
That was a good video.
Yeah. That was a really good one. Well, here's a late thing. This is something Raven called me out on. Even though in my head, as far as I was aware, I wasn't carrying any homophobia or even using any homophobic terms or anything like that. and she pointed out that I was still using the term cocksucker as a pejorative. And
Yeah, why is that a bad thing?
was that? Yeah,
Why
yeah,
is that a bad thing?
yeah. You called me out on it, and I was like, "Hey, she's right. I shouldn't be using it that way." And I stopped. I don't say it at all now. And I'm not harmed because I can't call people cocksuckers. I mean, I can.
Yeah.
I just choose not to.
I mean, what kind of cocksucker thinks sucking cock is bad? I mean,
Well, it's the same reason why it's funny when they try to use cuck as a pejorative.
Cuck
Like
as a
the men
pejorative.
who are cuckolds do that because they enjoy it.
because they enjoy it, right?
It's not my thing, but if that's your thing, you're going to be like, well, yeah, of course, that's who I am,
It's
right?
a kink. That
Yeah,
cuck, hey, say whatever you want about that cuck, but he sounds like he's a lot more experimental and having more sex or involved in more sex than a lot of the guys that are picking on him.
Oh yeah.
He's probably happier than the guys picking on him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, his wife is.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I brought this up a couple weeks ago on this one. So Ravens heard me talk about this, but the what was it? These guys who think they're alphas, which we know alpha is not a thing, but if it were, so I remember arguing with this guy, and he was like, "Well, you betas are only nice to women, so you get sex," and I'm thinking, well. So if we're the guys getting sex and you are not, by definition, if alpha were a thing, that would make us the alphas. Alpha doesn't mean you go around beating people up. It means you're the one who have the opportunities to spread your genetics to the next generation. So if we're the ones doing that and you're not, you ain't alphas, motherfucker.
But we wouldn't have to tell anybody that he's an alpha.
Bingo.
But I do have to admit, though, the what's considered to be alpha, like the definition of alpha, those are the guys I personally am most attracted to, though. So I don't know, maybe there's something to it. I don't know.
Well, but the other thing too, though, is like the guys that follow Andrew Tate or people like him, so they slavishly follow some other guy and try to emulate him. Again, that's not alpha behavior.
That's pretty good.
Right.
An alpha already just does. They just know. They just do the thing, right? They just have the vibe, whatever it is. They have the behavior, the attitude, whatever it is. They don't need to go learn it from somebody else.
Right.
It's just like people who have to tell you they're cool. I'm like, you got to tell me you ain't cool. It's just.
Yep.
I'll joke about being cool, but I'm like, other people have to tell me I'm cool. I don't know. Hopefully they will.
I'm pretty cool. I don't know if Tiny Dinosaur is still watching. I'd have to ask her. I'll ask her at work on Monday.
Yeah, like when you did the futurist thing. The futurist is here. He sees all. He knows what's best for you, whether you like it or not.
Every time you say that word futurist, I think of Civil War.
Yeah. That's a great scene.
Yeah. And I love Jeremy Renner.
He's cool.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's a real life Iron Man. He got run over by that snowcat, whatever.
Yeah.
And broke like every bone in his body. And yeah, he's working again.
You know who else is a fireman? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to ask, was that the guy that played Hawkeye?
Hawkeye.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Steve Buscemi used to be a New York City fire department fireman.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't think of that guy without thinking of the Marietta Mangler. Remember from Con Air? He was the crazy, the serial killer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Steve Buscemi, he's like one of these guys that like he's always working, and he usually ends up having to play like weird people because he's an unusual looking person.
Yeah.
He's really good at it.
Hello there, my fellow youth.
Yeah.
He was in Louis C.K. did this was something he self-funded. It was a show called Horace and Pete. And it was kind of an odd show. It wasn't strictly a comedy, like there was comic moments, but it was really more serious. Alan Alda was in it.
I love Alan Alda.
Yeah, he's awesome. And actually, they just recently they made it a mini series, but they're doing kind of a remake of the movie Four Seasons,
Oh yeah,
which
Four Seasons.
yeah, the Four Seasons. It was Alan Alda and Carol Burnett, Bess Armstrong, Rita Moreno, and then two guys whose name I don't remember.
Because he also did. There was a movie. What the hell was that movie? Where it was an ongoing affair. It was like a many-year thing where, like, once a year he and this woman got together. Same time next year, 1978, it was made. Fantastic. I thought it was a fantastic movie.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to see the Four Seasons, I back in the when cable started in the 70s, but it wasn't really widespread until the 80s. And in the early 80s, they didn't have the license for too many films, so you ended up seeing the same films like over and over and over again. And I watched the Four Seasons like at least 17 times. And what it was like, so there's literally these three couples that get together on a vacation once every season, and there's some drama between one couple. There's basically drama between each of the couples, and there's one couple that they start off together and stuff happens, and another person comes in, and it's a really good movie. Yeah. And then there's and I guess now I haven't seen the remake of it, but again, it's not really a remake so much as a reimagining. But I haven't seen it yet.
Well, if you haven't seen Same Time Next Year, it's Ellen Burstyn and Alan Alda. I recommend it.
Yeah, it's good cast.
You know, it's again, it takes place over many years. They meet once a year. They're both married, and they get together to hook up for like a weekend. And while they're together, they talk about what's happening in their lives. So you see the changes in like political affiliations and issues with their kids and issues in their marriages and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty. It goes through like the Vietnam era. It's pretty cool.
Oh, neat.
You know?
Yeah, the another movie from that time period that was like one of these movies that was on 800 times was Mark Langfield, Jekyll and Hyde Together Again.
Together again.
Yeah, it's very much of a B movie, but I love it. You know, it's one of these movies, a stupid movie, and I couldn't get it. Again, it's another movie I've seen a ridiculous number of times. That actually had Bess Armstrong in it too. Now that I think about it. Yeah, Bess Armstrong was in everything. She was also in. This was when we first got HBO. Barefoot in the Park. It was Richard Thomas who played John Boy, and Bess Armstrong, and it was like a one-room play, and then there was a few other players that came in the show. But that was pretty cool. Yeah, you always feel HBO used to do that. They would have like they would have like recorded plays that were on Broadway or just off Broadway. Back in the day. They don't do anything like that anymore. You know, this is what's weird.
I remember HBO came on at like 4:00.
HBO people don't miss out. And watching all the George Carlin HBO specials back in, from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
You remember when TV used to sign off at night?
Yeah.
To play the national anthem? That seems so alien nowadays, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you're Gen X, right, John?
Yeah.
I was watching this video. This guy, he's a school teacher, and he's like a language teacher, something like that. And he normally does like SJW kind of stuff. But he did this video where there's some young person, Gen Z person, is like, can we agree that Gen X is like the worst generation? And he was like, dude, you don't want to go there. These were the feral children.
No, I love him. I love that guy.
Yeah,
he's fantastic. He does all the extreme close-ups.
Yes.
And he makes it, he's like,
He was just going off. He's like, yeah, he said they had almost no parental supervision. They largely raised themselves. You don't want that kind of smoke, you know. And I put in the comments, I'm like, yeah, man, we had the realistic belief that we might be, we were facing nuclear annihilation, and especially once Reagan was president, like any given day might be the end of the world. So all your petty, things today, like none of that scares us, because like, is it involve nuclear annihilation? No, don't worry about it.
our entire
and
lives were about survival.
And that was really true too about raising ourselves, because like my dad would disappear at work early in the morning, wouldn't get home till late at night, and we were just on our own doing whatever, running around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Both my parents worked.
Yeah. I was talking to my friend, my high school friend that I got together with earlier tonight. That's why I was late. And we were talking about some of the stuff we did. So I lived in central. Well, I still live in central Jersey, but I lived further south in central Jersey. And Route 9 is one of the most trafficked roads in the state.
Mhm.
That's not a sealed highway. And I used to have to walk to the bowling alley, which was about 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles, down the highway. And at a certain point, I had to cross the highway. Originally, it was 2 lanes in each direction with an island, so you could like run and dive onto the island while carrying a 14-pound bowling ball. Then they widened the road, so now there was just a concrete barrier. So now I had to run to the barrier, not get hit, and then straddle the barrier, wait for another break in this action so I could dive across the road and not get killed. And no one thought anything of that at all.
Yeah.
There was a field that so there was apartment complex I lived in. You had to you either could walk up Route 9, which was fraught because people would be behind you, or you had to go through this field. It was a field, and there was like some wooded areas and stuff. And so you go through this field where you could get attacked and pulled into the bushes, and no one would ever see you again. And then you went through a couple store parking lots to get to the video arcade. So it was like a 2-mile walk each way. And we did this. We were like 12,
Yeah, Generation X, the generation that was 30 years old when they were 15, and now they're 50 and they're still 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really miss the arcades. Those were good times. But I mean, nowadays it's like, I mean, you have games that we could only dream of back then, and play them as much as you want. But back then it was like, if you had 50 cents, you run down to the arcade, and mostly you'd watch other people,
right? You have any money?
Yeah, but yeah, that was a lot of fun, even though the games were crude by modern standards. But
they were, well, and the thing is, they were crude. So as a result, they actually had good gameplay, because you couldn't just dazzle people with graphics, right? You had to make a game that was fun to play. And now there's so many games. I've got over 200 games in my Steam library, and 3/4 of them are crap, because basically, they just put glitz and everything, and like, oh, this gameplay is horrible. How did this get released?
I played Gauntlet. That was the one. That cost, when that like first came out, it was like 50 cents to play. And then as time went on, it got more expensive. You had to put 4 quarters in. It was $1 to play it. And you lasted a whole 30 seconds, and it would be like, oh, it's just like, wait, that's it? Like, everything's dead?
Some friends of mine worked at Great Adventure, which, John, is Six Flags. That's our, it was great. It was Six Flags before it got bought by that's right. It was Great Adventure before it got bought by
Great Adventure before it was Six Flags, yeah.
And so some friends of mine worked in the arcade. So what we would do is we would go down late at night. You would get like a cheaper ticket because you were coming in like within an hour or two before closing, and then so one of my friends was a supervisor. So as long as no other supervisor was around, they'd open up a machine, put like, so eventually, I remember Gauntlet 2, he put like 200 credits for each of us. He would just play until we ran out of credits. I actually have a Gauntlet machine here.
Do you really have Gauntlet?
Yeah.
Wow. That, like, the actual like cabinet. That's awesome.
Yeah, I ended up somebody in Connecticut was selling it, and at a really good price. And so a friend of mine, he had a truck with a trailer hitch, and we went out and got it, put it on the trailer hitch, and brought it back from Connecticut.
When I was little, my grandmother had a deli. She had like a little, it was like more of like a cafe. Um, and she had a Space Invaders machine.
Hmm.
And we learned that if you turn it off and on again, you could play it for free. So
Hmm.
we would, in the summertime, we'd be at her store all day long playing Space Invaders for free.
Oh, cool. Yeah, actually, I also have another cabinet. It was originally Time Pilot, but I didn't like that game, so I bought the board for the game, the wrestling game, the main event.
Okay.
So that's what's in there now. But it's only that one. It was a 2-player box, so you can only play 2-player. You can't play 4-player. But
Can't believe you have Gauntlet.
I do, and I got to replace the power supply though. Like it'll boot up and you can play for a while, but once the power supply gets hot, it shuts
I
off.
don't remember their names. Was it Valkyrie is about to die?
There's warrior, there's elf, there's Valkyrie, and there's wizard. Someone shot the food.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, my friends. We would play cutthroat. So if there was the healing potion to the food, everyone would just like. That's why I like playing elf, because elf was the fastest. So you could just run past everybody and steal all the good stuff.
Does that power supply, is that something you have to get the original for, or can you jerry rig it?
I think I can rig it because the big thing is it's a 12-volt power supply. I actually, now that I think about it, I have because I do automation and controls. There was some panels we replaced, and they, instead of the 24-volt power supplies like we normally use, each cabinet had 2 12-volts. I think I can just use one of those because they're it's like a 5 amp power supply. So I think that'll be good enough. I might have to change the connectors on it, probably solder some new ones on, but but yeah, so I want to get that. I'm going to get that fixed because it's such a great game, and it's free.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a Joust game too.
Oh my God,
yeah,
Joust.
Joust.
Wow.
You remember Double Dragon?
Yes.
What about Satan's Hollow? I used to play that.
I remember that game.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, Satan's Hollow was pretty wild. That was a pretty good game. There was a pizza place by my house when I was a kid. My brother and I used to walk there and play Satan's Hollow.
In fact, Satan's Hollow, what I remember about it is there was a movie. It was a crap movie, but it was still fun. And every video game kid went to see it. It was called Vidiots. And it was all around it ended up being a competition between the bad guy who was the ace video game player and the hero, and the game was a variation of Satan's Hollow.
Oh my God! I just looked up Satan's Hollow real quick. I wanted to. Wow! There's a machine. Satan's Hollow. Yep,
And
that was it.
Then for the home consoles, I had an Atari 2600 and an Atari 5200.
Wild.
And I now have an Atari 700. I have both an original 7800 and I recently bought the 7800 Plus.
Wow. So okay, I would like to have an NES.
They're easy to find. Those are easy to find on eBay.
Yeah.
You ever hear of RetroArch?
No.
It's a emulator. You could play a bunch of Nintendo games on it, or
nice.
Sega, or all those old games, arcade games.
Yeah. Cool.
If you have it, you could just get it on your computer. But I mean,
bought a PlayStation, a used PlayStation, a refurbished one. I think it's, I don't know what the hell number it is. Maybe it's a 3. I don't know. And nobody here uses it. I tried to get the kids to play it, but they can't sit still long enough to get involved in a game like that. Maybe someday.
I played so many hours on those Ataris, man.
Oh, you're kidding now? Yeah, Atari for a while. I remember playing the E.T. game, and I absolutely hated it. It was the most pointless game ever made.
I love that game. Most people hate it. I love that game.
Oh my God! To just walk around. Just walk around.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, the manual didn't really explain how to play.
Yeah.
But I figured I found I think it was from Atari Age magazine. I was a subscriber to Atari Age, and they actually explained how to play the game. And then once I knew how to play, like, oh, this is fun. So,
I don't remember. I remember playing on the Atari. I used to play Adventure a lot.
oh
Remember
yeah,
Adventure?
yeah. Did you ever find the dot?
The Dot?
Oh yeah,
Wait.
it's the very first game Easter egg in the maze where everything's dark.
Yeah.
There was a little dot you could find, and you could pick it up. If you took that dot, that where you first start out, and then like the maze is to the right and down.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you go all the way to the right, there's a wall there. It's like a little white barrier. If you put the dot to your right and pick it up, you can walk through the wall, and it's a screen that says "created by." It gives you all the information about who created the game. So, and that was literally the very first game Easter egg ever made.
Oh wow. That's crazy. No, I never did that.
Yeah, and I found that in Atari Age too. So but yeah, so that was cool. And I actually got pretty good at killing the dragons because I realized you didn't have to be holding the sword to kill the dragon. You just had to get the dragon to run into the sword.
Right. Yeah, I think I figured that one out too.
So you just like drop it and then like run and then have the dragon run into the sword and you kill him. One time, actually, the bat killed one of the dragons for me because the bat grabbed the sword and was flying around and he actually killed him. And then he dropped the sword and picked up the dead dragon. It was flying around the dragon. And on the Atari 5200, I actually had all the sports ones. But what I remember, I found a few tricks, like on the soccer game. If you reach a certain point on the field and you kick the high kick, it would fly over the goalie. He could not block it, and you'd get a goal, and it was guaranteed goal. And then the other one I learned on the 5200 on the baseball is if you got a guy to third base, if you started running, having your runner on third run toward home, if the batter put the bat in a particular position, when the ball came toward home, the catcher would automatically miss it, and you could score. So it was a little exploit, and I found those out by accident. My friend Ehab got that the ColecoVision. The ColecoVision had better graphics and had Donkey Kong and everything, and I was so jealous.
Yeah, I remember playing Donkey Kong at the roller rink. That's the most 80s sentence you'll ever hear.
Sure, I played it too, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you remember, like my roller rink, we had the submarine game where it wasn't even like fully video, like you'd shoot it and then like there was a lighted panel and then like you see a little like white light would go up and hit the ships, and there was like a PT boat that would go by really fast, and if you somehow managed to hit it, you get like 1,000 points.
No, I never saw that one.
Yeah, that was a great game, man. So much fun.
Okay, how do you guys remember the game with the yellow circle guy, and he just ate a lot of stuff?
Yeah, of course.
You ever heard of that one?
Yep. I was not good at Pac-Man.
Oh, Pac-Man was fun.
I liked it. I was better at Miss Pac-Man.
As long as you could memorize the patterns, and
right,
yeah,
right.
That was what it was all about.
It was Blinky and Inky and Clyde. Yeah.
There was actually a book I got, which this guy wrote that literally showed you what all the patterns were. But I still could only remember like 4 or 5 boards worth. After that, I would get lost and die. Do you remember Defender?
Yeah.
And then Stargate was like a variation on Defender.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Stargate was fun.
Some of those other games.
Berserk.
Was it Galaga?
Galaga, yeah.
Galaga, yeah.
That man's playing Galaga.
Yeah. Didn't think we noticed, but we did.
The best part is he was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. There's Dig Dug.
Yeah, and actually Galaga was a more advanced version of Galaxian.
Was it?
And Centipede,
Centipede. That's right. I remember Centipede.
Burger Time, Mr. Do.
No, that one.
Yeah, Mr. Do. I played a lot of Mr. Do, and Burger Time too. Burger Time, you had like your weapon was like pepper, so you would do that, and it would make the enemy sneeze.
Okay.
um,
I used
and
to
one
like
thing-
I used to like Final Fight. You remember that?
yes, yeah.
You
Oh,
basically wandering around through the streets beating people up.
what about Golden Axe? Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah,
Nope.
yeah.
Yeah, I always played the
Next was good.
dwarf. I was good at that one. Actually, the game I was probably best at, actually won a trophy for, was Kangaroo. My local arcade had a video game contest, and myself and the guy in my first period class, this was like freshman year in high school, and he and I were like vying for and I ended up winning. So he got second place. So I was like, yeah, because I wasn't a sports guy, so I wasn't gonna get any trophies for that, but I got a trophy for for being a geek, basically.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Kangaroo.
Yeah, Kangaroo, basically monkeys steal your Joey and you have to go save it. So you got to like climb these trees, and they're throwing apples at you or dropping apples, and so you were a kangaroo that had boxing gloves on, and you could punch the monkeys, you could punch the apples. And it was kind of like the same idea of Donkey Kong, but different, different graphics, different presentation. But
Yeah.
basically, you would get up to your Joey, and then they would come and steal them again, and you go to the next board, and it's rinse and repeat. But I wasn't that good. I really wasn't good at Donkey Kong, but I was actually not bad at Donkey Kong Jr.
I remember, yeah, Donkey Kong, and that was actually Mario that you were in that game,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Mario Brothers, the original before Super Mario, it was one screen with platforms like Donkey Kong was.
Pretty much, yeah. And I had both. I had the I played the arcade game, but I had that for the 5200, and the 5200 version was identical. So it was like one of those few games where like the port was exact.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was pretty cool. So after that, I didn't spend any more money on it in the arcade. There was one game that had been on the Apple, like the Apple II computer, and it actually got ported. So it was weird. We actually went from the Apple II computer to the arcade, and it was greatly enhanced, better graphics, everything. Called Shoplifter.
Oh, I remember that. I played that on the Commodore 64.
Yeah, so you had to land, you had to shoot and open up the tents, and then you had to land and collect the people, and there's tanks shooting at you and aircraft and everything.
Yeah. I remember that.
One game I had on the Apple was Rescue Raiders. I think that was available on the Commodore also. And Rescue Raiders, you start off, you had a helicopter, you could drop bombs and you shoot like your machine gun. And then you could, as you gain points, you could buy other vehicles. You could buy tanks, and you could buy infantry. You could pick up infantry and drop them by parachute. But the big thing was you had to get a demolition van to the other base to win that map. And eventually, when you got to like the fifth board, you now had like a couple like a heat-seeking missiles that you could launch at targets as well. And then later on, your guns got replaced with rockets, and the rockets were fucking devastating. That was a hell of a game.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. What's another one I used to play? I used to play Karateka a lot.
Oh yeah, that was a great one.
Yeah, that was like the precursor to Prince of Persia.
Yeah, in fact, I ended up playing. I played Karateka with my wife. What platform was that on? I think it might have been on. Was it on my 7800 plus? I don't think so. I forget. But I showed her the game, and because I had it on the Apple. Oh, also, and I think this was also available. This other game that was also did you have Conan for the 64?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I think I would have remembered that one.
And then there was also a Bruce Lee game.
I did have a Bruce Lee game. I don't remember what it was called though.
And you had like the Hachi man was chasing you, and and they tried to like kick you and all this.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. I think it was more like one-on-one duel, kind of like Street Fighter, but long before Street Fighter. It was like a precursor.
And then also I remember I had for some of the adventure games I had Wizardry.
That sounds familiar.
And that was like the first attempt at like a D&D type game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Ultima series. I don't know if you played any of those.
I did briefly a long time ago, but the one I think my favorite game on the Commodore 64 was it was called Gateway to Asfi.
Oh yeah, that, and they didn't have that for the app. It was only available on the 64 and the Atari. It wasn't available for Apple.
Have you ever played that?
No, I wanted it desperately, but it wasn't available. The only thing I had was the Apple II, so I didn't have it wasn't available to me.
Yeah.
Oh, Tool Time, cool. I actually have Commodore 64s now. Somebody in Maryland it was a lot I bought on eBay. It was like $119, and I got like 10 Commodore 64s, 22 floppy drives, a whole bunch of other stuff. So I got like 4 Commodore 64s and 4 128s. I nearly need to sell the excess stuff, but I just never get around to it. I need more time, or to make time. Game Ground. I never heard of that one, Bob.
Well,
anybody know if there's a way to get a hold of ContraPoints?
Good question. I do not know how to get in touch with her.
I could send her a Twitter DM and see if that works. Because we follow each other on Twitter.
Do you?
Yeah.
Peter, is that an Apple II GS Platinum or just the Apple II Platinum?
John, if you could, I want to see if I can get her to come on one of these weeks. Because I would love to have her on the show.
I'll see. Does she know you at all, or would I have to introduce?
Well, I
you?
mean, we've met in person in Washington D.C. That was before either of us transitioned.
Yeah.
She was on Madness Mayhem and Charity a couple times.
Oh, okay. She knows you then.
So, and I mean, she's friends. She was friends with Peach.
She knows you then.
Yeah, so she knows me.
Raven, that's not somebody.
Like,
sorry, here's somebody you need to have on. We need to have on the show some Fridays.
Peter?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Peter is actually on my list of folks to ask. I got a whole list. So I didn't expect to have Dark Matter and Aron Ra on the same week. I was kind of hoping to have them separate, but they were both like, "No, we're good." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. I wanted to be on with Aron in case I couldn't make it because I wasn't sure if I could make it. So then,
yeah,
at least you'd have Aron still.
That's kind of what I figured. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, I can always come back another time.
Hey, if you want to come on again, that'd be fantastic. I like to have people on, and I want to make this because I want to continue to have a show because I want to use this show to get back onto YouTube and to just kind of being alive online again.
Yeah,
it's been a long time. I mean, I haven't done a whole lot. It's been a while. So I figure the show is a good way to do it. And the only way to keep a show going, in my opinion, is to keep it interesting. So I know a lot of people. So I'd like to have them on. Hey, doggy.
It's Mr. Flash. Hello, Flashy. How you doing, baby boy?
Panting at you.
Yeah, he does that a lot. Well, it's the thing is it's the bladder stones. He's uncomfortable. He's taking meds for it, and they last like while the meds are effective, he's okay. Although right now, I think he's trying to. Usually at this time of night, if I'm up, I usually give him a treat or something like that. So I think he's coming looking for his night treats. But yeah, he's 15. He's an old boy.
Oh, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that.
I completely agree.
It's been too long since I've seen Peter. He hasn't posted any videos recently, have you? I mean, because I'm subscribed to so many people nowadays that it might have gotten buried if you did.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, keep talking. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm giving Flash a chewy.
I was always impressed with Peter's videos. I haven't seen any since way back in the day. Not since before the election. No.
Yeah, I mean, I really miss the old days when we really had more of a community and the meetups were happening and stuff. And the thing that's funny to me though is so many people that I know that don't make videos anymore, and they say, oh, they can't think of anything to talk about. I'm like, there's always something to talk about. I mean, I now whether or not I get motivated, sometimes I get demotivated because shit going on. I'm just like, oh fuck it. But there's always something to talk about. I think maybe I just don't.
Yeah, but I get where they're coming from, because sometimes I feel like things are just what's so far out of my control, and what am I actually contributing? Like it's so hopeless. I feel hopeless so much about the current state of affairs that I just sometimes I don't feel motivated because I don't feel like I could contribute.
Yeah. The way I look at it is this way. Whether or not any of the videos we make change anybody's mind or move the needle any, at the very least, it kind of gives succor to people that are, like-minded, who really need the help, who are also feeling helpless. My channel never got big, but there was one person who used to watch all the time, and he was an atheist in a town that was everyone. It was a small town, and everybody else is some form of Christian. And he used to, back when you used to be able to send messages on YouTube, and he would always tell me like, yeah, man, your videos, they keep me going. They buoy me. And, every time I feel alone, every time I feel like no one understands, it helps. And so that to me, made all of it worth it, even though like I never got more than I was literally I made 2,000 subscribers and then immediately dropped down. Now I think it's down to 1,600, and very few people actually watch me when I make anything. But and you obviously still have a big audience. And like I said, I find it helps. There was a point early on. I was very, I'm a pragmatist, right? So I realized really early on that I'm not gonna, be swaying the masses or anything. But my whole purpose always was not that I was going to change the minds of the hardcore believers. It was really more to give aid to the people on our side of the argument that maybe might have a hard time coalescing the thoughts. Also was for me, so that because I got tired of when I would run into people in various places online where I kept having to reiterate the same arguments over and over. So, well, I can just here's a link. Go. This is what I think. But also playing to the people on the fence, the people who could be swayed.
Right.
I never believed that I was going to take a hardcore believer and not even over time and make them change their mind. But there's always those people on the fence that you can reach. And I think you've reached a lot of people. That's why you have a big audience.
Yeah. I tell you, honestly, sometimes I don't do this ever, but I have a desire to, and that is just to vent without any inclination of trying to be convincing to anyone, like trying to change minds. Sometimes I just want to complain,
Yeah. Well, if it's therapeutic, do it, and The good part is you can make the video and then you can decide after the fact if you want to upload it or not.
Yeah.
And maybe you do, maybe you don't.
I wonder if that would be useful to anybody, though. I don't know.
I think so, because again, I think that when people, especially in a dark time like we're in right now, I think it gives people who are feeling left out and feeling like there's no hope, hey, there's somebody else who sees what I see. And again, it's because you have that platform, you can reach more people. And not that anybody should, but look, we're humans, and we tend to follow the crowd. And so when you see somebody who does have an audience and they say something, sometimes people will give that more weight than they might give somebody else, and so that I think there's value there.
Mm.
And sometimes even there's times I've had a thought about one thing or another, and whether it was you or Peach or Aron or Raven or somebody else, who I had the thought, but I couldn't coalesce it into words and like be able to describe it. And then somebody put it in a way that, like, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I couldn't get those words out, and that's what I was trying to get at.
Right.
And there's people who told me that I've done that for them at times, So I think, and I said, you're in a good position to help. And I think sometimes, especially now, I think righteous anger has its place, especially now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to be angry about, that's for sure.
Yeah. Because this is, I think about, we were talking before about, during the early Reagan years and, the threat of nuclear annihilation. I did not ever feel as dark about things then that I do now. Because I think what happened over the last, 40 years, back then, even the most rabid Republican still believed in the system, still believed in a democratic system. They wanted to push it one way or another, but they still believed in the institutions.
Yeah.
And it's very clear now that far too many, they only care about the power, and they don't care if they have to cheat, if they have to ignore the rules.
They can't care about the system anymore,
right?
Because a black man was president.
Right. Yeah. President Blackenstein made them sad.
Mm-hmm. It dirtied the office for them.
Yeah. And yeah, I see so many people that are out there that are MAGA that if any Democrat did a fraction of what Trump is doing and his cohorts are doing, they would be out there with guns on the street.
I want to paint a picture for you. The Pope dies, and then Biden uploads an AI image of himself as the Pope from the White House account. Like, what do you think would happen?
Oh, it'd be bedlam. Bedlam. And I've seen people like making apologetics. Well, he didn't create it. No, but he shared it on his account, on the official White House account. It doesn't matter whether, of course, he didn't. I said, no, I don't think he has enough brain cells to create something like that. But that's not the point. It's that the fact that he did it, and how could any Catholic, especially when the cardinals and bishops were like slamming it, right? So the leadership of their church is saying this is blasphemy, this is heretical, and they're like, well, but is it really that bad? What?
Trump is a bizarre phenomenon because he's a unique individual that can get away with things that nobody else on earth can get away with.
Yeah.
And like it's not like even a class of people, it's just himself that can get away with it.
Right.
Only he can do it. And it's such a really glaring double standard that no, this kind of behavior wouldn't be accepted from anybody else, but people will accept it from him, his followers.
Yeah,
Well, it's
and like Murkowski is saying, Senator Murkowski is like the people. There's Republicans that are afraid of him, and I'm like, are you so afraid for your job that you let the country fall into despotism? Like, I'm like, you're supposed to be our representatives. How can you put your own career, even your own safety, over the country you supposedly love? Like, how? I don't understand it.
and either way, history is going to last longer than your career. So,
Right.
what's more important to you, really, a temporary job or how you're going to be recorded in history? I would go with the latter
Hmm.
personally.
Well, that's one of the things that keeps me from total despair is a line actually from the movie The Great Dictator. As long as men die, liberty will never perish. Right? He can't live forever. And I've had so many people say, well, if we remove him, JD Vance will be just as bad. I'm like, oh, I don't doubt that JD Vance would want to do similar things, but JD Vance doesn't have a cult of personality around him.
Mm-hmm.
He could not, like you said, he could not get away with the same things Trump does. Because the Republicans in Congress that are afraid of Trump, they're not afraid of JD Vance. They don't like JD Vance. They tell him to go fuck himself very easily. And it was the same thing with Pence, right? I don't know how many people said, "Oh, if we remove Trump, Pence will be just as bad." No, and Pence proved that as fucked up as Pence is, he was not willing to overthrow democracy. Even if everything else he did was the same as Trump, he was not willing to go that far. So that tells you right off the bat, even if it's just that small amount, Pence was a better person than Trump.
And what does it say that Pence's one redeeming quality was the very thing that convicted him?
Right. Right.
That tells you what kind of people we're dealing with.
Yeah. Yeah. They set up a scaffold to fucking hang the guy because he wouldn't overthrow democracy.
And Trump was out there the next day behind a podium condemning all of those people, saying that they don't represent him. And then the moment he becomes president again, he pardons them all.
Right. Well,
Nothing.
and I love how they were saying, oh, they were actually Antifa in disguise. So I keep asking people, well, if they were Antifa, why did he pardon them?
Because the truth doesn't matter.
Right.
All that matters is winning the argument. All that matters is controlling the rhetoric.
Yeah, Peter's right. The Antichrist. So for years, Christians warned us of the Antichrist, and then he shows up and they vote for him.
Yeah, it's wild. It's bizarre.
Well, I guess ones that really like the Dominionists, the ones that really believe the end times are near and all this. I could see them saying, "Well, no, we need this to happen, so Jesus will come back."
And they're willing to do whatever it takes to bring it about.
Yeah.
So, 7 mountains of culture, the whole deal.
My ex-friend I mentioned a few times tonight, he kept telling me I was being alarmist about Dominionists, and I haven't talked to him in months. But as much as I don't really want to talk to him anymore, I kind of would like to talk. Like, well, was I being alarmist? Because he's a Catholic. Like, well, was I being alarmist or not? You tell me.
I made a whole series of videos about them over a decade ago.
Yeah.
Right? Something like 11 years, I think. 11 years ago was that video series. Nailed it. Everything I said, it's all there.
Yeah. Just like the whole quiverful movement, part of that whole schlock. Like, hey, we gotta have. That's why you had like the Duggars with their 20.
Well, yeah, they're all evangelicals.
Yeah.
Right. The Dominionists are charismatic evangelicals.
Yeah.
I don't see the charisma, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've made themselves into apostles. They've appointed themselves as apostles. God's work.
I've had the recurring thought that what we're witnessing now is like the transitional period of a person to a religious figure. Like I do as ridiculous as Trump is to us, I do think that in the future he could be looked at as a religious figure.
Well, he already is. I mean, there are people that refer to him in religious terms.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite was during prior to the 2020 campaign, where at CPAC they actually had a golden statue of
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
like,
that.
holy shit! It's a fucking golden idol straight out of fucking Genesis.
And he himself depicted himself as a golden statue in his Gaza video.
Mm,
Trump Gaza, if you remember that.
yeah, and that was the thing that was freaky to me, because again, if you look at all the biblical stuff that these nuts have been talking about for years, I'm like, they are making it actually become true.
Yeah, I mean, for 8 years they were calling Obama the Antichrist, and nobody. I haven't heard a single person admit, okay, we were wrong.
Right.
Like now that Obama's been out of office for almost a decade, no one's saying, okay, we were wrong. But Trump, who actually like has a lot more in common with that idea, they're just so enthusiastic about him. Well, 3 terms. Let's have him in for 3 terms because you guys cheated in 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. That's right in the book of Daniel and Revelations, the deceiver. Like, well, he's the ultimate deceiver.
But no, Truth Social.
Yeah. It's mind numbing. Well, and especially what gets me is like all the people that back it during the 2016 campaign that all went out there and like, he's terrible. We can't let him run the party. And they all fell in line, all of them.
Because they're scared.
And yet the people on our side, they're like, well, she's not perfect. Yeah, he's a fascist and all, but I don't feel she's she's mean to certain people that I like, and she didn't do this. So fuck democracy. I'm gonna stay home. What?
Your choices are a hangnail or cancer. So
right. But both sides are the same, don't you know?
Yeah, Phil, according to the Constitution, he can't have the 3rd term. So, will it happen? If it does happen, it won't matter because the country will no longer be a free country.
Right.
They've already been pretty flippant with the Constitution.
Actually, Peter, do you want to come on next Friday night? Because we've been going now for over 4 hours. I'm about ready to shut it down.
I got to get to bed too, but I would like to see Peter on. That would be cool.
That would be cool. I'm hoping next Friday. What time? 9 p.m.
Eastern.
Yeah, Eastern. Actually, I don't know where you are at this point, Peter. I know you used to be from this time zone. And we're friends on Facebook because I can send you. Usually work on Friday evenings. What time are you free? Because I start at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Oh God.
I don't know if he's still. I mean, he told me recently.
Oh, you got home like 45 minutes ago. Okay. Well,
he could still be a late guest. Have somebody earlier and then have him join.
Yeah, we could do that. So that means that's 12:30. Saturdays would be better. Yeah, I understand that. It's a Friday night show, though. Sorry. I mean, we could do a live stream on a Saturday. I don't know when, though. I know tomorrow night I have a thing. Saturday nights are rough.
Well, for me too, because usually I'm doing my it's not D&D, but it's a D&D like game. I'm doing my game
Right.
tomorrow. I usually do it on Sundays though, so Saturday nights I'm usually prepared.
Mm.
Although it's every other Sunday that we do it because one person works alternate weekends, so I basically build a schedule around his schedule. But he's normally we would be because this is his weekend off, but Sunday's his birthday, and he's gonna be doing stuff with his wife. So
Oh, Bob, I'm not really competing with Bill Maher. I'm way better than Bill Maher.
oh yeah, fuck Bill Maher. You know, before we were talking about cancel culture, that I thought of it earlier, and then we moved on, so I didn't say anything. But when Bill Maher, because he always goes off about cancel culture, and so every opportunity I get, whether it's on YouTube or on X or Blue Sky or whatever, I keep every time I see him say something about cancel culture, I remind him it wasn't liberals who got him literally canceled off of ABC. It was right wingers because he dared to say that maybe lobbing a missile from 1,000 miles away wasn't the most brave thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so no liberal. And it's like, if I don't like what you do anymore, I have no obligation to continue to support you. But that's the thing. It's that sense of that's what it really comes down to. This sense of entitlement. You know, Chappelle did this thing. It's like, when you take away a man's livelihood, it's like killing him. Like, yeah, I'm not taking. I don't owe you any money.
Yeah.
I used to like you. I used to spend money on your stuff. I don't anymore. I don't owe you anything.
What wasn't it Trump that said the words illegal boycott?
Yeah.
Like we have to buy Teslas now? What the fuck?
Well, the funniest thing about that to me is like libertarian types and Republican types for years told me, well, we really don't need that much legislation and regulation because the free market can just do it, right? You can just choose you can vote with your dollars. And then every time liberals do that, they're always like, you're doing something wrong. No, you told us to do that. That's the free market, motherfucker. You can't be all for the free market when it suits you and then against it when it doesn't. You know, that's not how it works.
Yeah. All right, but I gotta get to bed, guys.
Yeah. Well, awesome talking to you, John. For been a long time.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, and thank you for having me on, Raven. I appreciate it. It's nice seeing you.
I wish I could say the same about you.
Oh, I got my camera like wrapped up in the corner. That's what I do. As I when I make a video, I dig my camera out of and plug it in.
So you don't have like a webcam?
No, I still do things like I'm living 15 years ago.
Well, it was good. It was good to hear you. I'm glad you're
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to be here. Fun talking to everybody.
I mean, I know you really enjoy the goddamn podcast format better, but this is a nice change of pace, I'm sure.
Yeah. And this is I mean, I'm not into the whole drama stuff either, you know, that the goddamn podcast went the direction they went into. I'm not putting them down or anything like that, but I'm just not into the drama stuff. I like talking about politics and stuff.
Yeah.
And science and
well, this is a lot more like old school.
Yeah.
Well, just like Jason Harding, he's a really good guy, but for a long time, the show he used to do on Friday nights was kind of like Morning Zoo kind of format, and I just fucking hate Morning Zoo because it's just like whoa, you know, all the zany shit. Like, oh my god, fucking stab me in the face.
Yeah.
Like Jason, I like just because he gave me shit one time because I forget where we were, and he was giving me shit because I wasn't participating in the show. Like, because I don't like the show you do, Jason. You're an awesome dude, but I don't like the show.
But all right, I'm gonna get going. Good night, everybody.
Thanks,
and
John.
don't hesitate to have me on again.
Absolutely. Don't hesitate to say yes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I'll keep my eye on Discord.
Thank you.
Cool.
I'm actually, I didn't know this, but I just remembered, I guess I had forgotten. I'm following you on Blue Sky, so I could always hit you up there too.
Oh, yeah, I gotta follow you then so that we can. Can you drop your link in there?
I don't know. I can try.
Is it what are you called on Blue Sky?
Raven J.
Raven Jay?
Yeah, Raven RAVIN JAY.
Oh, IN?
Yeah.
Okay, I see Raven J. I got you. All right, following back. All
And
right, I got you.
yeah, and I just followed you, so I'm SiriusMined. All the usual letters.
Hang on, let me spelled the same way. SIRIUS.
I used to always get on Richie's case because he made reference to me on multiple videos and some live streams, and I'm like, it's serious mind, not minded. He eventually got it right, but yeah, he's actually been active lately on Facebook, which is cool.
Kitty Sprinkles.
Titty sprinkles. Titty residue.
Titty residue?
That actually was from a Chappelle show. It was from the it was basically like the spouse swap, making fun of the spouse swap show, whatever the hell that was called. And so the white guy, he's got the black woman's bra, and he's like dipping his finger into trying to taste, back when Chappelle was funny.
All right.
Good.
All right. Good night. Take care.
It's almost 1:30. There was a decent show.
I like
it. Was a decent show.
I got here late, but you had more impressive people than me on. So
you forgot us.
No.
Like, where's Joe?
Yeah, I will tell him I was out with my friend. She had unexpected. She lives in San Diego now, and she came into town unexpectedly because checking on her father's like 84, and she was checking on him. And then so she messaged me the other day, and tonight was the only night because tomorrow I got my game going on. So,
right.
And we ran long because again we haven't seen each other, so we were like together like 5 hours. And I got home,
cool.
Had to talk to Suzanne and everything, and then I'm like, I wanted to go check Messenger, and I saw you. I was like, oh fuck, I forgot.
Life is a thing that happens when you're busy. So it's all good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut this down. So again, I want to remind everyone that if you like what you see here and you want to support the channel and I don't know, help pay for the RV that Peach and I want to get, you can just go down into the description there and go to my Patreon and become a patron. Thank you very much. And tonight's episode has been brought to you by Stale Cold McDonald's French fries and the letter X. Thank you for hanging out with us for the kerfuffle tonight. And we'll see you next week with someone. I don't know who. Obviously, it's not going to be Peter. Unless you have a late guest. What's the matter, kid? I had a kid that just woke up, so let me get him back into bed. Good night, everybody. Bye. Thank you. Yeah.
D&D game. It's online, Peter.